All right, can you hear me all right? All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Rick Monday coming at you once again like Finnegan from the Kingdom of Zen. I hope you're doing well, Wayfarer. Got a really exciting show for tonight. We're going to look at some good stuff. Quick little shout out to Frater Sal Smith. Thank you once again, amigo, for your contribution. 100-day challenge, Way of the Psyonic Agent. Gonna get into it. Can you hear me okay? How's the feedback loop, guys? We doing all right? Let me check it on the back. Let me check it on the back channel. Make sure we're coming through clear. Because I never know. I'm broadcasting to you from the Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon, Twilight Zone, Old Peking. Looks like we got good response time. Yeah, looking good. Are we good? Are we good to go? Give me thumbs up in the Happy Land room if we're looking all right. If you want to find out more about the 100-day challenge, Psyonic Agent, make sure you guys check me out on the old coffee page. Pull something in the tip jar. If you want, if you like. That always puts the lead in my pencil. Y'all good-looking sweethearts out there in Happy Land. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, guys. Please do it. I know it's requisite. It's kind of a pain in the ass, you know. You have to fucking deviate away from the video with your mouse cursor and touch it, poke at it, wiggle at it. That fucking chair, man. This thing just... I think this guy intentionally put this squeaky fucking chair in here so he can hear me moving around on my ass. Really annoys the fucking Christ out of me. Jesus. Lord in heaven. Lordy, lordy. Got a noisy chair, man. Ain't nothing like it. Yeah, guys. So, with no further ado, let me roll back that music a little bit. Can you hear the music okay? That music's nice. I like it. They say having a little background music helps the transmission. Someone just flushed their fucking toilet and all the water ran through my room. That's weird. All these pipes are connected, guys. All of them are connected. Let's start off with a little quick prayer. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. Good magic, guys. I like that one a lot. I really do. And remember, O neophyte, goodness alone is power. Silence is strength. Will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation. Volantia, decreeism, and paucism. Make it happen, man. Get your magic done. Boys and girls, brothers and sisters, why do we even fucking do it, right? Because no new horror can be more terrible than the daily torture of the commonplace. And even though that commonplace, prosy, just fucking unbearable reality that all of us live in, the day-to-day, the vicissitudes, right? The changes, the coming and going, coming through this door, going through that door. Even though we got to deal with it, right? We should still keep our fucking mouths shut for the most part. For the most part, just stay silent. To know, to dare to know, and to be silent. That's the ancient creed, right? And obviously, I've already said too much, haven't I? Haven't I? I think I have. We'll see if it'll work, guys. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if any of this shit's gonna ever work. You never know, right? The basic equation is this. The wizards will give the command abrahadabra and then just receive the abundance of the cosmos. You could screenshot it if you want, man. It's fucking good magic. It's really powerful stuff. It's muy importante. Sine qua non. The good. You got a little bit of that good? I hope you do. I hope you do, amigos. And I'm gonna reiterate this because I think it's really, really important. Make sure you guys get over to the coffee page. Check out some of the posts over there. Hit the like button on the coffee page posts. And if you put a little something in the tip jar, I'll be able to afford a new chair, man. So I don't have to fucking squeak around all the time on this goddamn nightmare of a chair they put in my room. Every time I move my ass, it squeaks. And you can hear it, can't you? Can't you? You motherfucker. Who told you to come in here and talk shit? All right? We got some good looking sexy people out in Happy Land tonight, guys. Voy is out there from the Voyage manuscript. Good to see you, Voy. Good looking out. I appreciate you being here for the transmission. Good looking sexy person right there, man. Let me zoom in on that profile shot you got there. Did somebody draw that for you? Man, that is nice. I like that. Did you draw that yourself? Looking good, amigo. Last night, or this morning rather, 4 a.m., there was somebody in the next apartment over fucking getting it, like banging this pussy. And she was, I don't know, some gal was yelling, come on, baby, come on, baby. And she said a bunch of other shit in Chinese. I couldn't hear her because it was all, yeah, son of a YouTube friend drew that. Nice. Yeah, they were going at it. I don't know if she was alone and like fucking just slamming like a 10-inch black dildo in there, or if she was with someone, but it sounded just like one voice. And it's interesting because just the day before I had studied succubus and incubus, and it kind of felt like a paranormal situation. I'm like, is that a fucking succubus over there? Because even if it's, if it's a prostitute working her game, then she's possessed by a succubus, right? A hungry ghost. And so I was curious. Yeah, AFK. What does AFK mean? Actual fucking what? I don't know what AFK means, man. I'm sorry. I can't keep up with all you kids and your acronyms. Here's an interesting story. I heard YOLO for the first time by an American who had come over to China. And he said, hey, do you know what's up with the YOLO generation? And I was like, no, what are you talking about? He's like, YOLO. You know what YOLO is? And I'm like, what is that? Yogurt low fat? Is that low fat yogurt? Because I grew up with Froyo, right? Frozen yogurt. And he's like, nah, man, it's not. And I'm like, well, what the fuck does it mean then? And he didn't tell me. He's like, you got to figure it out, bro. This is the YOLO generation. And I was like, okay. And so I went and I looked it up, and it was like something entirely different from yogurt low fat, right? Motherfuck, out of nowhere, get hit with the YOLO with an acronym you have no reference for. You guys got to remember, I've been in the Central Kingdom here behind the bamboo firewall for 3 decades now, nearly 3 decades, which means the only contact I have is with you guys directly, with you as individuals here on the YouTube. So if you don't tell me, then I don't know. I got no fucking idea. What are some other ones I heard? I heard a bunch of them. I actually have been here and isolated so long that I thought I invented TMI. I thought this was my own invention. I was sitting around one day and some motherfucker was yapping in my ear. And I'm like, motherfucker, that is TMI. And he said, what's that mean? And I'm like, it's just too much information. You're overloading me. I don't need to hear all this shit. And it was like 3 or 4 years later that it entered the zeitgeist, and I heard it on a feedback loop. And I'm like, motherfucker, I came up with that. That was my invention, but it might not have been, because it might have already been in the electric archives. the electronic archives. And so many of us are just we're just vying for Pavlov's dog to bark at us. Guys, I got a really fun video for you tonight, man. Good stuff. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this. If you'd like to jump on the show, even though I've got 0 viewers right now, nobody's in the ideas room. Here's the link. I'll pop it in there. We're gonna watch a really cool video.
He's back!
I haven't seen this yet.
You can't keep getting away with it!
This is the first time for me and you. It's Richard from Boston is the guy who's doing this. So really good fun. I don't know if you guys know this or not. I actually found this link on Jack Talcott's channel. Someone had posted it there, and I thought that'd be fun. Let's check it out. So we'll check it out together, man. First time. I kind of looked at it a little bit in the beginning and thought, man, this looks like a good video. Let's fucking get into it. Let's do some analysis, right? So let's see what he's talking about.
He can't keep getting away with it! He won't.
Can you hear it okay? AFK. I don't know what that means, man. You got to tell me. You got to tell me, what does AFK mean? Let me do a real quick look up on that, since you've sidetracked me, man. You've thrown a fucking curveball at me. Let me jump right in here to the Google bot and ask, what does AFK mean? Away from keyboard. Oh, okay. That's like be right back, right? Okay. I got you, man. I got you, motherfucker. So for those of you guys who are a little older like me, AFK means something similar to be right back. Or maybe you won't, right? He bailed. He bailed the scene, guys. He's away from keyboard. So maybe that means that he's listening, but he can't type anything. Good enough. Good enough. What the fuck have we got here? Look at this satanic Ku Klux Klan meeting. What the fuck are these guys up to, man? This looks like good magic right here. Like, this looks like something I would really enjoy, man. They're all robed up in their fucking Klan robes. Are they going to lynch a Negro on this one, man? Because if that happens, we can't watch it together, guys. If they start fucking lynching darkies, then let me get a close look at these guys. They got gloves on. Damn, I've been to some Klan meetings, but this one is legit. This is fire right here. Let's check it out.
So this appears to be Boys in the Hood, the remake in 2025. It's
Boys in the Hood, huh? Wow, these dudes are not in the hood, man. Yeah, oh, they are. I get it. I get it. They're boys in the hood. They got some really cool stabs. I guess it's got some LED lighting on there, man. That's gnarly. Are these dudes Satanists or Golden Triangle? What's up with these guys?
the really evil version, because this is the parade of people wearing black hoods like the Ku Klux Klan. And I can't help but notice that every one of these fellows is wearing black and white, the Freemasonic colors, and they also have incredibly large and really obvious upside down crosses. Isn't that?
Wow, look at that right there. These guys are devil worshippers right here, huh? Gnarly, gnarly. Good fun, man. What a party, though, right? What a thing. What an interesting thing to see. I mean, come on, man. Isn't that beautiful? Their robes and all of the accoutrements and the cross to the devil. If you're going to organize a demoniacal cult, you know, that worships Satan and licks the ass of Satan under his stubby little wicked tail, right, with his goat legs flopping about, then that's the way to get it done right there, man. These guys are servants of the Baphomet.
strange. It's so holy. It's so like Jesus, isn't it? No, it's not. And let's not forget that out of the incredible amount of satanic rituals that occurred,
He said it's so like Jesus. This is absolutely something Jesus would be diametrically opposed to. He would never, right? The Jesus of Nazareth, the humble fucking shepherd boy, he wouldn't know anything about this. I mean, he might worship a goat head as a direct connection to the Father who art in heaven, but he wouldn't have money like this, man. These guys got moneyed. This is a money class. Who is that guy there in the white and gold robes, man? Good looking dude. They got him on a wheelchair. It's like they're gonna push him off the cliff into the abyss, right?
last thing the Pope did before he shuffled off this mortal coil is he opened 5 portals. 5 portals releasing who knows what.
Wow, did you guys did all of you out there in Happy Land, did you know that? Did you know that the that AFK meant be right back? You might have known that, man, away from keyboard. I think some of you keyboard warriors probably have got the internet lingo, the modern internet lingo down like the back of your hand, you know, you got it down pat, you know what's up. But he opened 5 portals, maybe the elemental portals. Maybe he was letting in elemental energy, elementals. I don't know. Does anybody know the background on what those 5 portals represent? That would be fun to know, right? Very fun.
Onto the public. Do you see what I'm saying? But I've got a funny idea or I've got a good idea of what it actually was. And we're seeing
Sure.
it showing up as an electronic entity that the people want to embrace.
Oh, maybe they're talking about Ahriman, which Rudolf Steiner warned of, right? The Ahrimanic energy of the great devil. That would be interesting. I mean, ain't nothing essentially wrong with that, right? Good magic. Get at it. Hey, if any of you guys want to join me here on the chat this evening, there's the link. Make sure you check it out. It's pinned. It's a pinned comment. So get at it.
And of course, I'm talking about AI because I've been talking about this stuff for as long as I can possibly remember. This is absolutely unbelievable to me that nobody sees through this.
I haven't been talking about AI very much, guys, and I apologize for that. It seems irrelevant to me. I don't think it's a real thing. You know, they roll out technology so slow and in reverse order that like anything we're seeing right now is 50 years behind what they actually have. So like it's all so fake and so bullshit anyway, you know. Like AI is no big deal. If it's 50 years ahead of what they're actually showing us, then we've got no reason to sweat it, you know.
Very thin veil of Satanism. You know what I'm saying? And I know this might seem corny, but before I show you this clip right here, I want to say a real quick prayer because what you're going to see is evil personified, straight up, period. I mean, that's what all these rituals are for. In order for me to show you this, I have to warn you in advance that this is an absolute detrimental thing for your soul to absorb. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it kind of does make sense, man. So, guys, you heard his warning. So, if you've got a trigger warning, I mean, maybe they're going to be beheading a small kid or something, you know, like a calf. A baby goat is called a kid, right? So maybe they're going to cut the head off a kid on live television. I don't know what they're up to, man. I haven't seen this video yet in its entirety. I kind of streamed through it a little bit to check out what was going on, but I wanted to make a commentary video on it because it seems relevant. And this Richard from Boston or whatever his name is, I'll link the video later so you guys can get at it, man. It's going to be good magic, okay? Let's check it out.
At any rate, Heavenly Father, in your holy name, please protect all those that see this footage and do not let Satan creep into their hearts, their spirits, or their souls through anything that I'm showing them. In your holy name, I pray humbly. Amen.
Okay, yeah, I'll do a backup prayer for that. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Please protect all viewers and participants in this live stream from the evil, nefarious, wicked doings of the Dark Lord, and be a guiding light out of the darkness and out of suffering and sinful nature, Lord. And I ask all of these things in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? The holy, divine, feminine Shekinah energy, Messianic, all the way through, brothers and sisters. Let's get into it. Look at this devil they've got here. Wow, what's going on? What is that?
So a lot of you probably already seen this. This was a soccer game.
That's the Faustian devil Mephistopheles, right? Mephisto himself. Look at him rising up there. Where is this?
In Germany. And this came out of the crowd.
Oh my God.
This is insane. Out of a pentagram, somehow they raised up this ginormous figure of Satan. And I mean, you can see the right.
Wow. Is that like one of their ball teams or something? Or do they have what did he say? It was a football game? Do they have some ballers called the Devils or something? If so, yeah. That's pretty wicked though, right? They've got an inverted pentagram and a Mephisto type character just emerging out of the people. How wicked is that, Germany? The US should turn its back on Germany immediately and denounce them.
Below. This is insane. And a lot of people have already seen this because it's made the rounds, but that's the point.
In fact, all of Europe, really, we should just light them up, strafe bomb the entire fucking country.
The more people that see this, the more people it affects. And read the writing down the bottom. Mundi, Regma. It's just
Like
insane. It's insane.
Himself,
I don't even want to read it because it's that scary. But Satan has made his way everywhere,
evil,
and it's just accepted. It's just not a big deal. So on one of my channels, I think
Blumenstein,
yesterday I showed you that the UK government
Schwarzkopf.
approves new plans to spray in front of the sun
Dickenkoff.
to fight runaway climate change. And I was like, this is amazing. They're literally doing exactly what I've said
What? You can't fight climate change. Climate change is inevitable. Look at that. Looks like Nancy Pelosi right there. Confused Pelosi has mic malfunction as she stumbles at press event. Yeah, she's drunk 90% of the time. She didn't stumble. She just jibber jabbered, man. That's all she knows how to do. She's talking about.
I've been doing since I started doing this. For 15 years, I've been telling you these guys are spraying the skies, and they've denied it completely, entirely.
This guy's trying to put himself on the level of Alex Jones. He's been banging the war drums, right? The call to action for 15 years, he says. Good God, maybe it's true. I don't know. I haven't been on YouTube for 15 years. Let's see, it's 2025, 2010. Yeah, maybe about that. I've been watching it at least for that long, probably. I don't know, when did YouTube launch? It launched in like 2003 or 2005. So it's only been around 20 years.
And so forth and so on. But the beauty about this is I didn't realize what they were calling it because it has a name. It's called Stratospheric Aerosol Transport and Nucleation.
Oh my God, let's look a little closer at that. Researchers in the UK already tested a geoengineering program where they release sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere back in 2023. Over here in China, they've been releasing nitrous, no, what is it? Liquid silver mercury for the last 20 years or something. The project is called Satan, Stratospheric Aerosol Transport and Nucleation. Wow, what a thing, huh? What a wonderful thing.
But they call it Satan. And no, I'm not making this up, said Dr. David Keith. Remember David Keith? Harvard Solar Shield? I mean, I was talking about him back in 2015.
You got to be some sort of fucking conspiracy theorist nut to think that if they're doing a stratospheric aerosol program that they're talking about now, 25, 30 years after the conspiracy theorists already told you about it, and they call it Satan, you've really got to be fucked up to think that they're doing anything dangerous at all. I mean, come on, guys. They're doing it all for your best interest.
This is insane that this has all come back around. And I had to double check this to make sure that this wasn't just a meme somebody posted, because everybody does that. They post memes, but they never show any links. Look what this meme said. Dude, I can make memes all day long, every day, that don't mean anything. This one,
Wow.
yeah, this is from MIT.
Let's have a closer look at this. It's from MIT. It says researchers launched a solar geoengineering test flight in the UK last fall. The experiment, largely designed to test equipment, took place despite deep concerns about technology. James Temple. Wow, that sounds like a Freemason right there, huh? He's getting at it. He's in it to win it. All right, yeah.
And they're talking about the exact same thing, and they're telling everybody, you know, they're trying it out, they're seeing what it looks like, and so forth and so on, and blah blah blah. But the stratospheric aerosol.
Let's read a little bit of this. The UK was not a test of or experiment in geoengineering itself. Rather, the stated goal was to evaluate low-cost balloon systems. Huh. Interesting.
Transport and nucleation, or Satan, balloon system were made from stock and hobbyist components. Shut up, man. You're spraying it out of airplanes. That's exactly what the plan is. And somebody just said something down here. You know, peer-reviewed paperwork, people are trying to lead people astray, telling them that spraying the sky is a bad thing. There's a special place in hell for those who leak their colleagues' work, tormented by ever-burning sulfur.
Wow, did they really say that? That's so amazing. There's a special place in hell by diabolical temptation, tormented by ever-burning sulfur. But I have taken a vow of silence and can only confirm that our craft ascended to the heavens as intended. I only hope that this test plays a small part in offering mankind salvation from the hellish inferno of climate change. There isn't any hellish inferno, guys. We're at the end of April and our temperatures here in Beijing are still low. Like, fuck, I think we had snow yesterday or something.
That's an MIT guy. That sounded very, very specific. And why is it every single solitary thing they name is either after Apollo, Apollyon, Satan, the Lucifer telescope? I mean, it doesn't stop. It doesn't. They're doing it for an absolute.
Well, they're very overt in their language of it because they want you to know that it's all fake. But at the same time, they're going to subjugate you to it anyway.
Reason. You know what I mean? Spraying in the sky. Lucifer is the prince of the air. They're spraying. They're blocking out the sun. They've now come out with it. So I've already watched him. I've already shown you 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, his language there, they've already come out with it. Nah, like it's something new or something. It's not, man. There's nothing new under the sun. They've been doing this kind of shit forever. Like these chemtrails, I've been seeing these since I was a fucking kid in LA in the 1980s. That's 50 years, man. 50 fucking years of this shit. It's nothing new. They've probably been doing it since time immemorial. None of this technology is new. These fucking wooden poles with electronics on them. This is all over 150 years old already.
These guys spraying the skies absolutely everywhere. And this is when they weren't spraying the skies. But now that they've announced it, how bad is this going to get? How much worse is it possibly going to get? And why is it that they're doing it?
And look at these grid system types of housing. This doesn't even look like a real image. It looks like CGI. But this is all ancient tech, man. These grid systems have been on this planet for, if not thousands of years, then hundreds of years at least. But easily thousands too, dating all the way back to the Romans. You know, tear up the old ghettos and build new ghettos. There's nothing new under the sun, man.
This, you know what I mean? They're doing this because between CERN, D-Wave quantum computing, and whatever AI is cooked up, they're about to release some things that we're going to physically see.
Yeah, maybe. Like, this is, again, it's a rollout of technology that's really super old, you know? Like, you were seeing the videos of robotics and prosthetics and all of this stuff 20 years ago. And so what they're rolling out now, again, it's at least 20 years old, if not 50, probably closer to, like, again, time immemorial, like it's always been around.
Seriously, And apparently they can't live in the same atmosphere.
And if that's true, and I suspect that it is true, then why the great deception? Why the slow rollout of the dinosaurs and then monkeys to men and this whole narrative, right? And then building up from the Stone Age and then hominid transitions into Homo sapien and Homo erectus, and why keep doing it over and over and over again, right? Must we go round again? And I think there must be something to it. There's got to be some upshot, right? There's got to be some energy produced from the masses scurrying about like rats in a cage, man. I don't know why they're watching this experiment when they've seen it play out so many times.
That we do. And we talked about this years ago, terraforming the earth or other worldly entities. But I mean, I didn't really think I lived to see it, man. This is totally crazy. But
Well, terraforming the earth as if there is other planets and stuff, that's a bit fantasy, right? That's speculation. That's totally buying in hook, line, and sinker to what they've told you.
here it is. Remember back in 2020, they were talking about making steak, just regular old steak, like you get at the store, but they were going to make it in a lab, and everybody frowned on that. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with that.
Well, I'll tell you, to be 100% honest with you guys, they already rolled out fake meats here in China about 10 years ago, 5 to 10 years ago, and they really started ramping up the introduction of it into the main food chains, like at schools and in the workplace and stuff like that. So most of the meat we get now over here is synthetic meat. It's either lab created or just outright bunk entirely. So is this lab-made Ouroboros steak ethical to eat? Experts say yes. Yeah, it doesn't even matter, man. In a lot of situations in any of the corporate restaurants and so on, you're already eating it. Like the last school I worked at, everything became synthetic vegetable proteins that looked like meats, and they didn't tell anyone, and they're not going to tell anyone. And that's why I quit that school. And when I came here, just at the beginning of the year, um, in my new situation, they were using legitimate meats, but now they're using the fake meats in greater and
Well, it's
greater
made its way back
amounts.
around again, except this time it's spare human bodies grown in artificial womb in a lab, as scientists insist they feel no pain and can serve as meat. So they're literally doing exactly what we postulated years ago they were going to do. They were going to make vessels that evil spirits from demons could be poured into. You know what I'm saying? And they're saying, plus, we can eat them. It'll be terrific. Everyone will love this, but this is what they're doing. Evil spirits that were formerly the Nephilim or the giants from fallen angels that came down and intermingled with women when these Nephilim died because they were not.
Let me pause this for a second. What does this say here? Lab grown meat, you may find it icky, but it could drive forward medical research. Yeah, so we're all fucking lab rats, guys. They've already been doing this for a long time in China, and they're watching the effect on the general human populace in great detail. Like this is ground zero for the new world order here in Twilight Zone Old Peking. They've been doing this shit for going on a decade now, like rolling out fake meats and not telling anyone. Like in the US, at least you go to the burger joint, you've got a choice. You can get Bill Gates, what is it, Monsanto, Beyond Meat, right? Or Extreme Meat, or Salubrious Meat, or whatever they're calling it. Elon Musk has his own brand of meat. Bill Gates has one. Jeff Bezos has one. Amazon Meat, right? More meat than meat, right? And none of it's all vegetable proteins. And it's like, well, vegetables take a lot of fucking surface area too, and they have an effect on the climate. So why would that be any better than just raising real cows? But then the cows, you find out, aren't even real either. They're genetically engineered cows. So it's like this game is so fucking deep into it, man. You have no idea what's even real anymore. And I would argue that you never have. right? Like all the things you grew up on and thought were real were probably already there. And it's just as you get older, you start to realize more and more.
Of God, they were trapped here as evil spirits, quote unquote, exactly like it says in the Bible. Now those evil spirits will have some place to go, which is utterly insane. But videos like this are popping up all over the place. Like, I don't even know what to make of these. These are supposed to be fully grown in the lab or silicone, but they look completely real to me. But that's what freaks me out. These will be vessels for those demons or evil spirits. This will be the bodies that they will require to move around on this earth. And it's freaking me out. It makes me wonder, are these the robots that Geordie Rose was talking?
It's interesting to think at this point that when I was a kid, oh, I've got a visitor to Happy Land. Good. Welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you being here. Good to see you, Voy.
Yo,
Um,
Frank.
yeah. Give me just a second. I'm going to tell a little story that I had about when I was a kid, and my mother took me and my brother. She was taking us somewhere, and like we had a station wagon. This was back in like the 1980s, and we got in the car and we were about to go somewhere out. It was probably karate or something like that. She took us to a bunch of extracurricular things, but as we got in the car, this old man like shambled over, and we'd never seen him on our street before. She told me about all this later on and stuff, but he shambles over and he jibber jabbers off some stuff, and she was like really freaked out by it, but she talked to him for a minute, and then we jumped in the car and we bailed. And she said, boys, I don't want to scare you, but I think that was an angel. And we're like, yeah, mom, why would you say that? We're like 5 or 6 years old, something like that, whatever, me and my brother. And she said, she told us this later on. She told us this story later on. That's why I remember it. But she said this old guy shambled up, and she thought he was angelic because he had like strange energy, and he looked like a 90-year-old man and stuff. And he had warned her. He said, watch out for the big black beast that's trying to attack you. And she had no idea what he was talking about. But later on, we were stopped at a red light, and my brother said, look out, mommy. And a big black 4x4 hit the back of the fucking car. And when he said, look out, mommy, she like let off the brake and kind of hit the gas. So when he hit us, our car flew out into the fucking traffic, but it prevented him from like smashing and killing us in the back of the car. And later on, she came forward and she said, now that I think about it, like she told me this 20 years later, she reminded me of this story. She said that guy looked like a synthetic human being. He looked like a robot, the old man who came and talked to her. And she said she felt like there was some break in the matrix that was like, hey, this is one of the pivot points and you got to watch out for it or you guys are all going to be dead. And yeah, really, really, really weird. Yeah. I mean, what are you going to fucking do? So looking at this video, right? This video they've got here with these synthetic humans,
Talking
they're
about the kindred robots that he was going to make
growing
that would
in the
be
lab.
undistinguishable from human beings.
But these are just rubber dolls, right? These are not human flesh because it's not alive. So they should start to die immediately if you build them. So these are just rubber, silicone.
Right, could be. This guy, the guy on the channel or whatever, he's saying that they're lab grown. So I don't know if that's true or not.
No, that's not true. You couldn't keep them. You couldn't keep them out there in the open just like this. Leave them rotting. You should
Right.
condition. They should be in the right conditions, like in a fluid or in a totally controlled environment. You can't just have them out there without blood pumping in them. If there's blood in them,
Right.
so that doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
No, yeah, they look like rubber mannequins. There's it's something spurious going on for sure. Well,
But I
enough of
think
that.
they are. I think they're lifelike. They actually have bone structures, and even with different kind of structured bones. And silicon. But no, those are dummies. Those are dummies. They're very
Well, yeah,
light.
and that's the big the big question too. How how hard is it to create a human being? We're seeing as technology advances, it doesn't look like it's really that difficult, you know?
Well, if you look at the old alchemical books, you know, there's all sort of shapes of human beings. It seemed like they experimented quite a lot, you know, back in the 1600s. They let humans grow in jugs and everything, and human plants, and like the weirdest stuff you see, man. I mean, not big,
Right.
they're not photographs, but they're depictions of it.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
they
I
might
even
just be
tried.
fantasies, but I don't know.
No, I tried a homunculus experiment when I was younger. I took the chicken egg, you know, and I fucking covered it in semen and put it under cow dung and tried to let it breed in the field and see if it would fucking transform into a chimera. It didn't work for me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't fucking work, you know? There's
Yeah.
something out there. I mean, I was big into black magic when I was a kid, and I thought I could figure it out. But you know, greater minds than me probably have figured it out a long time ago. So maybe there's something to this whole Hebrew thing of the goyim, right? Like, are we
Well, the
really
golem.
goyim?
Well, more the
Yeah, the
golem. Right?
golem.
Golem, yeah. And so, have you heard about this latest thing that they are running computers on human cells?
Yeah, yeah. I've heard about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a strange thing, man. I'll tell you a strange story. When we got our first home computer, I remember it was like I don't know, like a Mac 1 or something like that. And after playing with it, I played with it like an entire fucking weekend. I was doing solitaire and trying to learn like basic computer language or something. I was in junior high. And I went in and I fell asleep and I had a lucid dream of the inside of the computer. And inside, it was all organic. It was
Hmm.
crystal sources within caves, and ants were running around as electric charges,
Yeah, yeah.
bringing information back and forth. And there were funguses growing and stuff. And so it was the inside of a computer, but it was all organic. And I had a revelation when I woke up. I was like 15 or something, you know, and I thought, wow, the entire fucking system that we're living in is some sort of organic computation system. It's like an organic computer. And I thought, wow, in the future, you know, they're going to use crystals and funguses and stuff, and computers will not be the way we see them now with these very solid state things. There'll be these much more vast, elaborate systems, or maybe those were ancient systems that I was perceiving. But yeah,
Yeah.
it was a real thing. You know, maybe I was looking inside of my own body, my own interior realm. But kind of a neat thing.
Yeah.
And later on, I had an experience with a Taoist sage guy, like here in Beijing, and he gave me some really potent tea. And I went to visit him. I was having heart trouble, and I had a really like tight pain in my chest, and I thought I was going to die of a heart attack. And it lasted. It was so persistent. It lasted for months and months and months,
Wow.
and then it eased off, but then it was recurrent. It came back the next year, and this happened for like 6 years. And so I went to a doctor. He said, your heart's fine, there's nothing wrong with you, you know. And I said, this must be a spiritual problem. And so I asked my wife to, you know, talk to her friends and try to find like a shaman type guy that could treat me. And so I go to this Taoist, and his whole thing was paper fans. He had wooden paper fans all over his little area, his little temple area. And he said, pick up any fan that appeals to you and fan yourself with it. And he knew I loved fans. I actually came in with a paper fan in my waist. And I showed up and I'm like, yeah, I like fans too. Here, I got a paper fan. And he taught me that my technique was wrong. He's like, you're using your fan incorrectly. And so he subtly changed my arm movement.
All right.
And
You
yeah,
must
keep the
More like more
yeah.
of an 8 figure than back and forth, right? More like a swoosh
Right.
than
I
a
didn't know. I'm just some fucking Westerner.
yeah.
Yeah. And he said the fan can actually damage you spiritually if you use it incorrectly. And I
Wow.
was like, what the fuck? You know, here I am swinging my arm like a monkey. And so he made this subtle change in me. And then I went through all these different fans and I picked up a fan I like and he gave it to me. And they had fragrance. It was fragrant wood and stuff. And then he gave me some really potent tea. And I drank the tea. and he took me out into his back like courtyard, and he said, "Now just sit here and tell me what you see." And I was, man, it fucking blew my mind. Maybe he put some opium in it or something, I don't know. But the revelation was so intense. And he's like, "Yeah, you see that shit, don't you?" Maybe he dropped acid on me or something, I don't know. But
So what was the
I'm
tea?
not going to tell you guys exactly what I see, but it direct. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't give me any to take home, right? But I'm not going to tell you exactly what I saw either, because it was a personalized spiritual experience, but it made the microscopic macrocosmic, and it made the macrocosmic microscopic. So everything became inverted, right? The large became small, the small became large, and it was just mind blowing because I never had any acid. I mean, I'm a guy that's done my fair share of drugs, and I had never had anything that changed my life like that. And after the experience, he brought me back into his temple, or his dorm room or whatever, and he said, "I figured it out." He said, "You have a broken heart." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he knew. He said, "That girl that you lost," he said, "she's lost and gone forever. Let it go." And I did at that point. Like, I saw her face, and she appeared like a Buddha in the sky, like her beautiful face. And then it all just fucking dissipated. And I was like, "Oh man," I was crying and shit. And I'm like, "Motherfucker," you know? And I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was my problem, that I was still holding on to this girl since I was like
Wow.
17, 18 years old. Yeah. And it was really a serious broken heart that he healed me of. What a thing, man. What a thing. That's the first time I've told this story on my channel.
Yeah. Wow. That's deep, man.
So you evoked that from me, Voy. Yeah, it was gnarly, man. Good magic though, good magic. So a real shaman, they can get magic done, man. I'm not saying I'm on any kind of fucking level like that motherfucker was, but I've been studying the path,
Yeah.
and it's worthwhile. There are spiritual things that we don't understand.
Yeah. And so,
There's something
it
hidden.
might not have been, well, it might just have been tea, you just might have way more knowledge of
Yeah,
herbs and medicine than just than to just put some acid into it, or
right.
some mushroom.
Could
But
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
wanted
could
to
have
say is
just been
like
ordinary tea, but
the
he
subtle
was
power.
able to shift my attention point, right?
Yeah. And so, but the subtle power, how do you say this? The subtiele, yeah, the subtle power, the subtle force is usually way stronger than something very potent, because the subtle, I don't know how to explain this, but this is what they do, right? With chi, they just move, just tiny little things, with mere suggestion almost, and that usually works better than well, also like in bringing up a
Right,
child,
right,
right? Just saying, nah, maybe that's not the best thing to do. Might work way better than give him a slap in the ear and say, "Oh, that's wrong. I never want you to do that
right.
again." Right? That's a good example of it. So the same goes for a subtle herb, that just changes a tiny bit in you.
I
And,
agree. I agree.
yeah, that usually works way better than a very
Yeah, yeah,
intense change.
absolutely.
Yeah.
The most memorable things that came from my father, like one time my father looked at me and I had done something wrong, and I was a little bit older. I was a bit of a teenager, and he said, "Hey kid, you're just jerking yourself off, doing that." And I was like, "Huh, what the fuck does that mean?" And you feel shame immediately. I'm jerking myself off, and that stuck with me forever. And that absolutely changed my fortune. That changed my behavior. I'm like, because anytime something seemed useless at that point, you're just jerking yourself off. Better to
Yeah.
move on and do something beneficial, rather than just jerk yourself off. Because what a fucking waste of time that could be.
Yeah, well, just a look at a child, with intention, not like not a
Right.
strict look, but
Subtle.
a subtle look. I remember my nephew or my cousin. I don't know how to say that. My sister's son. He was he wasn't a crybaby, but he didn't cry a lot, but he cried for little things. And once I was with him and he started crying for it, and I just looked at him like maybe like I was holding him like crying, right? I looked at him like, do this. And I didn't say anything, but I just thought, do this. And he got it, dude. He got it instantly. He stopped crying, and not like be a man, don't cry, but this is not, you shouldn't cry for this. And he got it instantly, dude. And he looked at me like, he was only like 9 or 10 years old, so he didn't know what to say. But I know it worked.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like younger kids will pick up on telepathic communications.
Oh yeah.
I had walked into the office today, and one of my colleagues had his son there. His son's like 9 or 10 years old, and I looked at his son, and his son looked at me. And he had a little ball cap on, and he was studying, and I could see a kind of fear and apprehension in him. And I looked at him like, yeah, it doesn't matter, man. You're a big old badass. And I didn't say anything. I just put that energy into him. Like, you're strong enough, whatever happens. Here's the thing, like 4 hours later, the son was gone. And I was telling a story to a couple of other colleagues, a couple of females. I was entertaining them, and I was telling them about my childhood and like getting spanked by the teachers. And that other guy, my colleague, jumped up and said, yeah, I like to beat my kids. And I was like, oh, motherfucker. And my whole spirit shrank. Like I shrank away from him. And I thought, ooh, that's interesting. A little revelation, and tied into like his son expressing that through his body and stuff. And I thought, wow, man, wow. And I didn't say anything, but I backed away from the conversation immediately, and I left. And I was like, I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to challenge you directly, because you're a big old badass alpha, and if you want to beat your kids, then you're exposing that. And those women, they have more spiritual power than I do, because already like they were tuning out, and they were like looking away and being like, oh, here Frank Monday was entertaining us. Now this,
and now it's all gone.
He dispersed all the spiritual energy. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing, man. It really works.
Yeah, it's a weakness, when people, especially when it's not a weakness. It's
compensation, maybe. Like I'm gonna lord over you,
They don't know what to do anymore. That's my father never hit me, but my mother once hit me with a hockey stick, right? I yelled. It didn't hurt me, but I yelled so loud. She had more pain from it. She didn't sleep for 2 days because I told her 20 years later, I said, Mom, I know you're the only one that hit me with a hockey stick. And Mom, it really didn't hurt me
That's so funny.
at all. She said, I cried for that for 2 days. I said, yeah, I know, Mom.
Yeah. My mom did the same thing. My dad never hit me either. Same as you. That's interesting. We have that similarity. But my mom, one time, she took a fucking stick and beat the devil out of me. Oh, yeah. And she always regretted that. She told me, yeah, even on her deathbed, she told me, she's like, I'm really sorry for doing that. She's like, but she said she enjoyed it. She said, I really fucking enjoyed it.
Oh, that makes it a bit weird, but okay,
Yeah, and I'm like, good magic, whatever, I'm like, you didn't hurt me. But she did. She beat the fucking life out of me, man. But I survived it, it wasn't a big deal. But my wife does that. Here, I married my fucking mother, man. She loves to beat the kids. That's one of her favorite fucking things, and she's totally open about it. She's like, if you're not doing exactly what I want, I'm going to beat you within an inch of your life. And I'm like, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's weird, man.
It seems like dads are more chill, right? It seems like it for the most part. I don't know.
My dad had taken some beatings when he was young, and he promised himself never to do that, so.
That's exactly what my father said. He said, I've been beat, so I'll never hit my children. He was beat as a kid, and he said, I'll never hit my fucking children. Never.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That actually takes a very strong conviction, right? Not everybody can do that, because usually it's the other way around. You got hit, and so
hurt people, right?
Right. Seems like it. Like I learned that lesson from my dad. He told me that one sentence, and I was like, he told me two things. He said, never hit your wife and never beat your children. And he told it to me in a time when it sunk in, and I was like, okay, cool. And the basic message is just never be violent. Violence doesn't solve anything.
No.
And
I never
like
hit a
that
woman,
subtle
but
power you were talking
I
about. Right?
kicked one of my girlfriends off her bike, because she was so aggressive and so unreasonable. I said, you got to give me back my keys. It's over between you and me. She said, no, she just biked away, and I just I cycled after her, and I just pushed the back of her wheel, and she fell to the ground. She said, why you pushed me? I said, give me back my fucking key now.
Yeah, that wasn't a woman. That was a hungry ghost. I kicked one out of bed one time. Yeah. Like just kind of pushed her out, get out of the fucking bed. Get out of the fucking bed. She wouldn't let me sleep. It's like, Jesus Christ, I'm done. I shot my Roman candle.
Low.
The grand finale's over. Stop it already. What are you gonna do? But no, I didn't hurt her. She fell on the floor. It was a carpeted floor. She was all right. Like the gal you kicked, you didn't hurt her.
She fell on the grass. I wouldn't have done it when it was just pavement.
Right. You kicked her into pillows.
Sure.
Natural pillows, yeah, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, I think the world requires more people with a tolerant heart and gentle people, right? Gentleness is the answer. There's so much violence in the world that we don't need it. We don't need it at home. We don't need it in the world.
Women tend to have a way, of pushing you to the limit, especially in a
and they do.
They do,
Yeah, like I told you, my
all of
wife
them,
is fucking.
But most of them do.
Some of them, yeah, some of them. Most of. She's hardcore, She's not gonna fucking tolerate any horse shit. Which is okay. I accept that. In the Hebrew tree of life, the masculine pillar is actually the pillar of mercy, and the feminine pillar, Joaz and Joaquin, or Boaz and Joaquin, the feminine pillar is the pillar of severity. So that's an interesting thing. They knew it early on. They showed us this basic mapping that, the feminine principle tends to be more restrictive and constrictive, right? It's the yin energy, the yin of the Chinese Tao, and it's sucking in and pulling and constricting and destroying, right? And even in the Hindu, they have is it Shiva, the goddess of destruction? It's a feminine energy that does that.
Yeah.
And it's the masculine that creates and generates. Yeah. So it's not something that we're strangers to. It's an obvious admission by these ancient mystics that these are the way the universe operates, and as a result, there's a clear distinction between masculine and feminine. But at the same time, I would admit that we do have some deviation in modern times. There are the more gender fluid people, and then the people who are breaking up. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
The internet seems unstable. Let me see if I can correct it. Can you still hear me okay or no?
Yeah, the audio is fine.
Hello? Can you still hear me now? Are we froze?
I can hear you. So here I am just talking to myself on Frank Monday's channel.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? I can hear you.
Yeah, my internet broke up and it bumped me out of the room. I'm not sure what was going on.
Well,
Hey,
you
we've
are
got some.
you are in
Go
the
ahead.
Hell Hotel. But it doesn't say Hell Hotel. But when I first looked at you, it said the present Hell Hotel because you covered up the rest
Oh,
of the
okay, how
text with your
funny.
body.
Yeah, it
Like,
says
what? The present hell hotel? Enjoy the present shell hotel. Okay.
nice. Yeah, I'm tuning in from fucking the depths of the nine hells, I guess. How funny. The present hell hotel. Yeah, I can see that now. I didn't plan that, man. That's just fucking synchronicity. We've got a lot of visitors out here in the Happy Land. There is Crunchy B. Are you familiar with Crunchy B? No? Is that a friend of
Yeah, he's
yours?
one of
Or-
my best friends on the internet, dude. I
Okay,
spoke with
wow.
him this morning. Yeah. So
Good
yeah,
magic. Thanks for stopping by, Crunchy B. Appreciate you. What about Creek Mary?
yeah, that's one of my internet friends too. You know, I think they
Okay,
got
wow.
here because I linked you. So yeah.
Nice. I appreciate that. Good magic. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm trying to build the old Frank Monday channel up, having fun and talking to people. That's the whole thing. That's what it's all about, right?
Is that your actual name, Frank Monday?
Well, it's Francis Montage. My name is German, but
Oh wow,
well, French and German, but yeah, it's basically Frank Monday.
nice.
Von Montage is
Von Montag.
German. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, that's like the isn't that the name of what's it? Robinson Crusoe's, his mate. Robinson Crusoe had this little friend, and he named him Lundy, right? Monday.
Yeah,
Uh,
probably family at some point. My brother
yes.
went by Luntz, right?
Oh.
Because like
Uh-huh.
when you're, I don't know if you know the story of America, but when people immigrated, you would tell them your name. And so my grandparents or great grandparents, when they immigrated from Germany, they told them the name and they said, no, that's never gonna fucking work. We'll just make it Monday, So they wouldn't accept foreign names and you couldn't use them and you couldn't register them. So everybody's name became anglicized or Americanized.
Yeah.
And as a result, most people got a name change. So yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Creek
hi,
Mary
Big
says
Mary, and hi, Crunchy. Good to see
Yeah.
y'all.
So it's morning where you guys are. Are you in the UK or where are you at? Or it doesn't matter. You don't
Dutch.
have to tell me.
I'm
Oh,
Dutch.
you're Dutch. Okay, yeah. Nice.
Can't you hear by
Deutsch.
my accent?
I can't. No, I can't place accents.
No.
Mine in Deutscher is nicht sehr gut. All right.
Well, it's not bad either.
Yeah,
My
I
Deutsch
learned a
is
new one
probably
today.
a bit better though. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, I learned a new one today. Alles, fuck, can I remember it? Alles ist ein End, near der Wurst near der Wurst ist zwei. Did I say it correctly? Fuck, I butchered it.
What does it mean? Yeah, you totally butchered it. Butchered it.
Everything has an end, but a sausage has two.
Alles hast ein Ende, aber ein Wurst hast zwei. Ja, zwei.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. See, your Dutch is on point.
Yeah.
Your fucking German's perfect. Mine sucks, man. But I'm trying to learn. I want to learn about sausages. They have they have an entire roster of
Man,
videos.
these people, I mean, these Germans, they just breathe sausages, dude. It's just sausage. Wurst here, Wurst there, everywhere, fucking Wurst. Especially
Yeah.
curry sausages. They
Is
love
that right?
it.
Yeah, they love their sausages and they love their beer, right? Sprechen Sie Bier trinken, yeah. Or
Yeah.
München Sie Bier trinken. Oh.
Darf euch Bier trinken. Yeah, this is a Belgian beer though. This is a Belgian.
Okay.
Belgian beers are the best. The Belgian beers are even better than Dutch and German beers.
Would it be a Weiss beer or a Pilsner?
No, I think you call this an IPA.
IPA? Okay.
Like yeah, I think it's called an IPA because it's a small brewery, and this is one of the only breweries that is not part of the whole conglomerate, you know, because everything's
Okay.
InBev. You know, this investment company, InBev, pretty much has all the drinks in the world, owns all the drinking companies and factories in the world. And
Nice. Yeah.
this is one of the, I don't know if it's still so, but like 10 years ago, it's still produced in a monastery, but it's called Devil. And it's the monastery is in a place called Moordgat, which means murder hole. So it's got a
Wow.
very bad name to it, but it's got the best taste, dude. It's got the best taste.
Nice. Yeah.
Mm.
Serious stuff. Yeah, they're serious about their beer over there. Yeah, I want to get my German eventually, you know, on point. As I want my accent to be as clean as yours, because yours is fucking super clean. It takes time though, and English is my native language. My Chinese is there, but it took me 30 fucking years to get there, you know.
Dude,
So
that's just.
I'm not gonna work that hard on my German. I don't have that much
I did.
time
I
left,
did
right?
like to find out Chinese just by reading the subtitles, right? And I saw this one thing that just kept on coming back, and I was like, that probably means friend or brother, and I was right.
Okay.
It's this sign that looks like a 7 almost, 7 with some squiggly things, and I was right.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, they write in hieroglyphics, and learning to read it is even more challenging than learning to speak it, you know. Spoken languages always come first, and then the
Yeah.
writing is just, you know, it's an afterthought. But yeah, they've the reason I like it so much is because it's been consistent for 5,000 years. And so though it's modernized now, like it has supposedly, if we can believe anything we're taught, it has a history that reaches back to like the ancient Sumerians, you know, and the Shang dynasty and all of this. So like very few people can actually read hieroglyphics. I think it's said that only around 20 people in the world at any given time are alive that can read the Sumerian tablets. So like
Wow.
cuneiform, yeah, it's quite a specialized thing to be able to read that. And I studied deeply the ancient Chinese, like the Shang dynasty. That's what I was most interested in. And so that's kind of my gig. I really like it a lot. And Miss Mary Moon knows that. I'd like to give a little shout out to Miss Mary Moon out there in Happy Land. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. Having a wonderful little conversation here with Voy. And he
Oh,
is
marry
in,
at sea level. That sounds Dutch too. Marry at sea level. I mean, we're all at sea level here in the Netherlands, you know,
yeah.
or
Good-
just
good
under
magic.
it, or just above it.
Right. Yeah, they have a lot of problems with flooding and so on and so forth over there where you're at, right? The old climate change. I'd like to try to address a little more of this guy's video if you've got time. I think I'm just hanging out for another hour or so. And so we've got this.
He's back!
He's
You
back.
can't
Yeah.
keep getting away with it!
I think we're about halfway through. So
It's
this guy
highly
was-
disconcerting.
Yeah, that's right where we left off, right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think these are just plastic dummies,
Yeah, pretty
rubber
sure.
dummies?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. So I'll tell you a little bit about Miss Mary Moon, Mary at Sea Level. She's an astrologer, so she studies astrology deeply, and she does a lot of gardening. She grows a lot of weed. She lives in Canada, and yeah, so she has plenty of fresh flowers to smoke, which is just fucking awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
being in China, man, I haven't smoked any weed in decades, which I like to occasionally partake of the herb.
Oh,
It's
dude,
only when-
when you're gonna smoke it for the first time after have not smoking it for, just take one draft, okay? Just that's enough.
not even that. Just go in the room where they're smoking.
Yeah,
and I'll
that-
get
yeah.
high.
Right.
It's good stuff. Yeah, I love it a lot, man. Miss Mary Jane, Miss Mary at Sea Level. I've had an intimate relationship with her, and she's a worthwhile. They say it's the oldest plant on our planet. Have you heard that before?
No, I do know that it is originally from China, though.
Mm.
It is from the east. It is
Yeah,
like a eastern
they
plant.
found it in Chen Shi Huang's tomb. He was buried with it around him, and he had a pipe. And this is like Chen Shi Huang's like 3000 BC. So these guys were fucking smoking weed since day one. You know, they know what's up.
Dude, I've been growing my own weed since I don't know, 30 years, and not constantly. I also had like summer jobs that took me away for a couple of months, so I couldn't grow it. But the seeds that I try to germinate, they all fucking die, dude. Like in the last 5 years, I used to have like let's say a 80% success rate, 80 to 100% success rate, and then it dropped down to 50, and then to 30, and then 0.
Oh,
And
wow.
I called the company. I said, well, they just don't grow. It's just, so they sent me new ones, and a couple of them grew. Like then I had a hit percent or success percentage of like 20%. And now I just don't, I tried it and it all fucking fails, dude. So I just gave it to my mom. I said, you try it, Mom, because somehow it doesn't work with me anymore. I don't know what happened. But some of the seeds that will just spontaneously come up, right? And so I saved them. So because I recognized the little seedling, right? I was like, that's a weed plant. And so this little seedling came up in January, in fucking January outside. That's like insane. Why should it do that? But it's still here. That one is still here. That one grows, right? But the professional seeds that I buy, somehow it won't work. I don't know.
Interesting. That's really interesting because here in China, like it's in such great profusion that it grows everywhere on every piece of land. So like if it hasn't been like exterminated, because they'll go in, they teach the gardeners how to find it and kill it, and they do the same with the opium poppy because they don't want people harvesting it and getting high, I guess. I don't know why. But I went down to southern China last year or the year before, and it was so profusive that it was everywhere. And my wife hates weed. She won't let me smoke it, and she always gets angry. But every year I can do a prayer right before the autumn, and I'll find like a little plant, like a 3-foot plant with perfectly manicured buds on it. And it will just be there in the moonlight on a night when I take a walk out, and I'll grab the motherfucker, and it'll have an aura of like blue gold energy around it. And every year I've been able to get a little bit of, a little bit of swag to smoke. And my wife always get angry. She'll find it and throw it out. But like Mary Jane will respond to you. Like with magic, I don't know if you practice magic or not, but I'll do a little ritual. I'll make a sigil, I'll burn it, and then bam, one will just appear. And it'll be there somewhere in the fucking garden, just hanging out like a little girl. And she'll call to me. Like it'll call to me on a full moon. And that's happened like every year since I've been here, man. And so yeah, you can't stop reality.
So you
from
stay in
occurring.
touch with Mary Jane, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, from time to time. In the autumn. And
Nice.
she's always there. She's
Hey, so
waiting for me.
I mean, I don't know if it's a Mandela effect or something that I never knew, but how many sorts of cannabis do you know? I mean, there's the cannabis sativa, right? No, not strains, but actual sorts, right? Actual families. There's cannabis sativa and there's cannabis indica, right?
Yeah. Other than that, like branded labels, like I don't know,
No,
genetic
that's not the.
strains.
I'm not talking about the cookie.
Just two, yeah, then just two. The left side of the pillar and the right side of the pillar, right?
No, but there's also
Feminine and masculine.
there's also the cannabis ruderalis.
Like the hash cannabis, or
No, that's an indica. Yeah, I'm not sure. But there's also this cannabis ruderalis.
I'm not familiar. No, I've never heard that before.
So I think they got it from somewhere near China. I think in Russia. I think they found it.
Okay.
And it's this tiny little plant that doesn't need the photo period, so it doesn't need the change of amount of light, right, that it gets, the hours of light, which makes the plant start to bloom, right?
Yeah.
It just starts blooming whenever it wants to, whenever it's stressed. So it can start blooming when it's a tiny little plant. And so this is how they created the autoflower thing. Have you heard about that? Autoflower?
I haven't. No.
So there's, you need the summer to change into to fall for the blooming to take place, right?
Okay.
That's what's needed, because it needs the lesser light, so it knows, oh, I'm going into winter, I need to bloom, I need to create the flowers,
Right.
seeds. And so this ruderalis doesn't have that. It just starts to bloom whenever it feels like, maybe in 2 months,
wow.
maybe in 3 months, maybe after 8 months. And
These are the ones I find.
And yeah, I think so. And so they, by crossing these breeds, so if you have like this perfect strain, so to say, and you have it inseminated by this ruderalis, it will have the qualities of this strain, but it will start blooming after 2 or 3 months. So you don't even need to change the light. The light doesn't need to change. It will just start blooming. So you can have like, even outside, you can have like 3 or 4 harvests per year.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that much about it. My brother's a grower, and so he's back in the US, and he does growing, and he produces so much, and it's pretty good, like dank stuff. Like I went back recently, I think 2023, a couple of years ago, and I visited, and wow, yeah, I thought, good God. And here's the crazy fucking thing, man. None of this was really as open and legitimate as it is now when I came to China. And the entire time I was in China, I have done rites and rituals to try to support the Jack Herer movement, because I'm a California boy. So I always thought, Jack Herer, he's got the right idea. And it naturally bloomed. I thought, when I go back to the States, I want to be a fucking cannabis farmer. It's all I want to do. I want to get in the fucking yard, practice my kung fu, and grow weed. That would be the greatest like consummation of life on earth, to become an old, like 90-year-old.
You're such a fucking romantic, Frank. You're such a romantic.
Right? Kicking around in the yard, growing tomatoes and weed together, and and it unfolded just the way I thought it would. Like it all opened up, and now it's fuck. I remember like right after I did a really grand magical ritual, someone called me and they're like, "Hey, we can grow hemp now in Tennessee, and we're buying it by the kilo. We're buying seeds by the kilo and just planting it in bulk and growing it." And they're like, maybe you want to come back and use it, because I have land there. I still have land. I have 10 acres in one location and 3 acres in another location. And I thought, good God, I just get the fuck out of here and go back home. But no, I didn't. That's the hero's journey. You refuse the call at first. You're like, nah, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready. But when I am ready, I'm coming home to grow some fucking.
Maybe next year. I mean, next year you will have the. Next year you'll be 55, dude. So you're almost there.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Yeah.
Isn't that the age? Isn't that the age of retiring in China? 55.
It is. It's 55 for women and 60 for men.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I heard 50 for women and 55 for men, but it's close.
No,
enough.
they upped it. They upped it recently because we're running out of people.
The same goes for Greece, by the way. People retire at 52 or 55.
Yeah, that's perfect. You shouldn't have to fucking work your whole life. In the US, government people only work 20 years and then they can retire.
Mm-hmm. But even they don't, because it's so much money. It's such easy money.
Right. Yeah.
And it's never only just government. It's also, if you're there for 20 years, you're also in a lot of committees. And commissaries, and it's a good money maker.
All the so-called dark money. Yeah, I have a sister who did city management in Los Angeles, and when she finally retired, I think she was 67, and her pension is 10,000 US dollars a month
Hmm, that's not
in
bad.
Los Angeles.
You got
And
to
she
stay
says with
close to her.
yeah, no, she says with that she can barely survive, Fuck,
Huh?
LA
Oh, in
ain't
California. Hmm.
yeah, LA ain't cheap anymore. But she's supporting her younger sister. Her husband doesn't work. He's a defunct actor, and she was supporting his parents. And everybody gets 10,000 a month. That's right. Creek Mary asks a month. Yeah, a month. Yeah. Big fucking money. So when I went there, I would stay with her. Every time I go home, I stay with her because she's got like a five bedroom little mini mansion with a swimming pool and everything. And sometimes I need to take a break from
Mini
my
mansions don't have 5 bedrooms. Oh,
right.
well, a
I
mansion. Yeah,
know.
mini mansion. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We call them McMansions, but it's basically a suburban home,
Hmm.
three bathroom, five bedrooms, but a swimming pool in the back. And so every time I go home to the States, I always want to stay with her. And I'm like, hey, can I come stay with you? She's like, yeah, you come sleep in the living room
Of
on the
course.
fold out sofa or whatever. But she's always got every room full. Everybody in the family wants to fucking, encroach on her. And yeah,
Yeah,
it's
of
good fun
course.
to see
You
her.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, when you have it, share it. I would do that too. Like,
Yeah.
people
It's
ask
a
me, like, what would you do if you won like a couple of million, boy? That's first thing I think about is like, I'd give a lot away, man. I'd share a lot. Well, maybe not 1 million. I'd just buy, a mansion or something like that abroad.
but then you'd still have people staying with you, right? You'd
Yeah,
always share. And
yeah,
that's the spirit of it, I think.
yeah,
Generosity. Because the cosmos is generous with us. The
yeah,
sun fucking shines every day for free.
yeah,
Doesn't charge us anything.
yeah.
My dad was that way too.
I also
My
live
dad was
from charity,
go ahead.
right? I don't have a job anymore for the last couple of years, and I'm fine with it, dude. I'm just fine with it. It's like it's not nothing to be proud of, right? But I don't care. I just feel retired. I mean, I'm
Yeah, it's a good thing. And I think people should be able to retire earlier. Um, my wife's dad, well, my dad worked himself to death. He never retired and he died at 70. And he did 20 years military service as well. Um, but my wife's dad, he wasn't able to retire. He was still working until he was 75 because he worked in nuclear physics, and the university never wanted to let go of him because there were certain things that are proprietary in nuclear energy, and they didn't want to let go of him. But
yeah,
he enjoyed his working life. I think if you want to work,
yeah.
but if you want to retire, you should also be able to retire.
Well, especially if you're a professor or a director or a photographer, or an actor. That's not hard physical work like somebody who.
Right,
I
right.
mean, you can't be a paver. If you want to pave, you should just do that. From 20 to 13. Already then you destroyed your body and your knees. Some people just keep on doing this until they're 60 years old, and then they die before they actually get their pension. Before they can
Right.
retire. I mean,
Before they even get a chance to live. Absolutely. I got a brother that does that. He did construction. He dropped out of school in the seventh grade and just fucking got into construction, and he ran a company, and he's run companies his whole life. And he's always done roofing and drywall and bricklaying and all of it. And I mean, I respect it, but he's fucking broken. His back's broken, his arms are broken. He's got arthritis everywhere, nothing works, and he's still out there doing the same fucking thing.
it's like they can't stop it, right? It's like they need to do it. They need to be
Mm.
hardworking every day. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's like Fraggles. What are these other tiny? How do you call these? There's in the Fraggle cave. There's the Fraggles, and then there's these tiny creatures that do
Yeah, I remember
everything.
that.
The
That was the
builders. You
Fraggle
call them the
Rock, right?
builders in English. We
Yeah.
call them the doers in Dutch. So there's the
Okay.
doers and the Fraggles, and Fraggles are just just playing music, having fun, and then these doers that just do everything, just build everything,
Right.
make everything work. And I think of it like that. Like I'm not a doer, I'm a Fraggle.
Okay. Good man. I like to Fraggle most of the time, to be honest,
Yeah.
but I've never been able to make a living doing that. So um, I got to get out there and do the doer too. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you know much about me, but I work in an academy over here in China, and I teach English. And literature is my focus. It's been my focus for the last 10 years. When I came over, I got my master's actually in literature back in the US when I was like 25. And then I started working in business, and I worked in retail, and I worked in retail management. And then when I got my opportunity to come to China, I started studying Chinese literature. And then I was blessed, man. I've had a blessed life. I really have. And I value
Yeah,
that.
you saw some good opportunities, and you did something with those opportunities, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I've had a fun journey, and it's been, it's been exciting. It's on and off. It's always a struggle no matter what you're doing.
But
You
at the
got to fucking keep.
present, you're in the Hell Hotel.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm broadcasting from the fucking abodes of hell. It's nice that at least I have the
Extra
golden
brain.
spiral there as well,
Yeah, right.
right?
You've got some extra brain there.
Yeah, I've got a second brain with you, because these shows are never fun if it's just like the solo talking head. That's so fucking boring. I want to have conversations. I want to have panels. Get people in the fucking chat room. That's what it's
Well,
all about.
I mean, you've got a good voice, dude, and you've got a good inflection. And I was listening to your intro because you were waiting for Ricardo Sunshine to enter.
Yeah.
That's some good stuff, dude. Really enjoyed that.
Okay, I
That
appreciate that. Thank you.
that comes
Yeah,
natural to you, almost, right?
yeah.
Doing that.
Ricardo's a good man. I like him, man. He's come by a few times, and it's exciting that I've met some decent people recently, because I've had like some hardcore trolls here in the past. Like, you might know Queen Stephanie of the Insanity Machine and
Gadverdamme.
Team Evil, right? Yeah, he's like my antithesis, man. That dude introduced me to the panel chats. I had never even experienced them before him.
Oh, I hate
And
that. I hate that thing so much. So
yeah, it happens. And even if he stops by occasionally, I would probably still invite him on. But
he breeds
you know,
hate. He breeds when you do that.
why? The
He
big
breeds,
question
dude.
is
If you
why?
invite him on your channel,
Why?
I mean, I will just instantly go off panel, or I will constantly oppose him. And here's the thing: I am able to get him out of the panel. I am able to get him off panel.
Okay. How does that go? That's
Yeah, I
interesting.
don't know. I just do it. I just do it.
You know, because like I don't know. I would like to examine his character a little bit, because these crossing paths with everyone, like they seem to matter. Like Jack Talcott, Flow State, Paul Enslaved, all of these different people. Like, there's like and I only get this from Jack. Like, in my own personal experience, I would say fuck it. There are, fuck them. They're assholes. Abandon them or whatever, and never even look back. But you probably know Jack, right? Jack
I
Talcott.
even I didn't like him because his words are so empty.
Yeah, it's a lot of platitudes. And I don't think he's really like working hard to genuinely connect. And he lets a lot of trolls on his channel that bring up sewage type shit. But I think that he really does have a mission, however delusional that may be,
No, I don't think so.
No.
No.
Yeah, why? Why?
Well, it's just, dude, these words are empty. He just goes into this preacher mode.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I can actually emulate him. Like, well, it's so wonderful to be here today with you people again. And he just doesn't even think about the next word he's gonna say. He just wants there to be more words inside of his head that he can speak out loud. He doesn't have a goal. No. I could simulate him, but I don't want to, because he's not inspiring. He's just, like I said, the most empty-worded guy I ever heard. Even Steven and the other who's it? What's the white gorilla? What's his name? Paul. They even
Paul
make more
Enslaved,
sense.
yeah.
They even make more sense. They actually have something to say. But Jack is so uninspired and therefore uninspiring, but he wants to inspire, and he doesn't. He also said this himself. He doesn't want to bring the solution. He wants people to praise him for bringing the solution. He actually said this.
Yeah,
he wants
no,
people,
that's
yeah, he
called
wants
like
people to remember him,
like a messianic complex or megalomania. Yeah, there's something
not
there,
even that.
definitely.
He would try harder. He would try harder if he had that messianic complex, dude. No.
Well,
he would
yeah,
try
he said that too. He said, think of me like Jesus. I'm doing Jesus's work, this kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, really, really. I mean, that's fucked. That's verbose.
You can't take
that's,
you can't take somebody serious that said that. Come on.
no, it's hard to. It's hard to, definitely.
And then he allows constantly. He allows Stephen on his panel and
to take over.
And he just. I mean, anybody that actually allows Stephen on his panel and doesn't smash his head down so hard that he wants to leave the panel, I cannot take you seriously. I mean,
that's true. That's true. But you have to think about his strategy. Like he does that. I've called it the Jerry Springer effect. So he's got a strategy where he's trying to pull in as many people as he can, right? He's trying to make himself the low ground, the whipping boy, so that he can pull in viewers. And he's done somewhat well with this. Like I've watched Queen Stephanie. I won't even call him by his official title, but he's jumped up over above like 4K now, and Jack has jumped up to 2+ K, something like that. So they're playing the numbers, they're being business minded about it. And by bringing on these controversial speakers and then dealing with them and then acting like they're synthesizing it and stuff, like that's the strategy. That's the overarching strategy. It's about the money. It's about the super chats. You got to think about the baseline.
And then there's this. And then there's also this that Jack does constantly. Like, it's like, and he always does this. And I'm like, fa culo. He doesn't do it in an Italian way. I'm just like, fa culo, dude, culo. He just, fuck, dude, I hate him so deeply. Not actively, but deeply.
Okay, yeah. I could see that. Like, I've actually done a couple of videos where I talk some shit about him just because I was angry at something that had occurred or something. But I think in the ultimate summation, it doesn't really matter. And in some way, like us going across paths and talking to these people is somehow important. Like on
you're breaking up
and
again.
we get to talk and then maybe I broke up, motherfucker. I mean,
maybe it's the background music. I don't know. It could be a bit too much for the. I don't know.
see, change internet. I'll be.
You broke up. You're breaking up. That's better. Sunglasses and reading glasses. How about this? Does it work like this? There's two of you now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, typically if my chat gets up to like 10 people, it says it's 6 now. But like if I get close to 10, then they'll block me and drop me.
Okay.
So it says you need to pay $300 to Rice Patty Firewall. Yeah, she's right about that. That's absolutely right. Like I'm working over entirely free systems, free VPN. But it's like, fuck, I already bought the computer and I pay for the internet. Why do I have to keep paying all this extra money to be able to have a transmission? It is what it is.
But don't you think? I mean, I really appreciate the whole StreamYard thing and YouTube thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good. And I've always sworn that if I don't make money, then I'm not going to pay money. So I'll do this. Like I'm already paying for it. I paid for the computer. I pay for my time. I pay for my internet access. I'm paying a lot of money already. And if it's not going to pay something back, then fuck it. I'm not gonna upgrade, you know. But if this YouTube thing ever takes off and I get over 1,000 subs and people can give me super chats, then I'll definitely upgrade.
So, what do you think about now that you talk about, you know, the business aspect of?
I think it's important. Like you don't want to constantly pay to be able to interact this way. I mean, a certain amount is okay, right? You pay for the computer, you pay for the internet. Yeah. I pay 200. Let's see, I paid 200 if I use less than 100 gigabytes, and if I use more than that, I pay about 300 a month for my internet access already. So it's like, fuck, that's money, you know, that costs me.
That's some dear dollar there. But yeah.
Plus your time, like my time, I typically, if I'm working, I make money. You know, I'm not a fucking poor man, but I'm not gonna use all of my free time to invest in something that doesn't have a return. It's called in business they call it the ROI, the return on investment.
Yeah.
And YouTube's never yielded anything for me. You know, so.
No, for me neither. But Flow State has a way to do it, right? He does it. Yeah. Makes a living.
Yeah. It's his day job. Yeah, he's a minimum wage employee working 12 hours a day, just like Queen Stephanie, a minimum wage employee working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well,
these guys are tied in.
Does it when he likes it, but no, Steffi doesn't make any money. He might get the occasional super chat, but that's never a 50. That's always like $2, $3, you know.
Okay. You know more than me then, because I see both these guys as, you know, they're doing 12 hours a day, both of them. And they're basically making less than minimum wage, you know, so it's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, but that's true. But Flo actually has fun, and he brings something how do you say, not new, but something authentic. It's kind of authentic. It comes natural to him what he does.
Yeah, he has that je ne sais quoi, right?
Yeah.
Indeed.
So that keeps it interesting.
It does, and I agree with that. I think that he's a valuable entertainer, and I tried to even send him money a couple of times, but like China blocked me. They're like, fuck you. We're not going to let you send any money. And so because my Chinese credit card. Yeah. So they kicked me off YouTube's. Like they said I had to go through like 3 different verifications, my phone, my computer, my face scan. And I was like, fuck it. You know, it ain't worth that much.
Yeah.
But I wanted to send money to a couple of different folks. I tried to send fucking Jack money too, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I'm not so much of a donator, but I did have some transactions.
Well, shit, you're donating a ton right now. You've already donated an hour of your time. You know,
yeah,
that's huge in my opinion.
and you're a
But you
value.
know, I do get some real life results via YouTube. You know, people send me
Yeah.
stuff, and I send
You
people.
brought folks here. That's a big
Yeah.
deal, man.
Yeah, and I actually did a funding. How do you call this? Fundraising stream for a friend of
Okay.
mine that lives in Greece, and somebody else took it over and started his own stream without telling me, and he raised like $500, and he only transmitted 400.
Okay.
And the one who actually donated the 500 to him told me that he took 100 himself. You know, and his favorite word was embezzlement.
Nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah. No, so
Like,
there is some real life interaction, you know, after the whole thing, and because of the whole thing, and that makes it more real for me. I mean, there's some friends that I made, you know, online and that I visited, and you know, there is some interaction in real life.
well, yeah, and that's a part of it for me. Like, I don't get to speak like my native language, which is English, very often here living in China. I mostly speak Chinese and interact with Chinese people. And so the YouTube and the internet, for me, it's like a social connection with people who speak my language and with other people. And I can approach it in a very different way. Like my daily life, I have to prepare and teach English classes and classes on literature and stuff like that. And it's not the same. It doesn't have the same like social payback that it does to just like talk to a person who can understand you and respond to you in a way that expands your view of the world. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm talking to kids, I'm talking to high school kids and the guys that grew up in COVID and inside like really tight gated communities, you know, so it's a very different thing.
It's more of a one-way relationship, you know, when you're in China, and it's more of a two-way traffic thing when you interact with the internet.
Right. Yeah, like they're constantly pulling from me. And then if I get on the internet, I do a YouTube thing, like I can get feedback. I can pull and give and pull and give. You know, it's an interaction.
Yeah.
They're two very different things. And so, yeah,
I think that goes for everybody that enjoys this whole panel thing, right? Because
right.
Being on a panel or being in chat, actually, most of us people, whether we are truthers or just crazy people or artistic, have a hard time, you know, interacting with the real world, and so therefore, it's a good substitute.
It is, yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? No, I lost it. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe you had some more ideas to share.
No, I was talking about that. This is a good substitute for some valuable interaction. You know, instead of the superficial interactions that one might have in real life.
Right. Yeah, that's the point I was going to bring forward. When there are misanthropes and you know, guys that want to come in and just shit all over everything and pull you into the sewers, like some people we know, then it just pulls the entire fucking chi out of the thing. You know, it deflates the balloon. It pulls, like I always say, pulls the jelly out of your donut. And it's like, why do you want to do that? Why don't you uplift each other and uplift the transmission? And if you don't know something, just admit that. And if you think they're wrong about something, point that out in a more gentler way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we can't just attack each other and say, oh, you know, you're a fucking idiot. You do the ad hominem attacks. It's so passe. It's just not worthwhile.
Yeah. I almost did that yesterday in a chat, and I only read one message of this person, and he had the name of a poison, like cyanide. I was like, wow. And then I immediately put something hateful in chat, and No. Don't press enter, Void. Don't press enter. Just remove it. So I did, because it's so, like you said, it's so passé. So
Well, yeah, and it happens occasionally, and you just got to remember TML. You're familiar with him, probably, right? The Machine Lies. He would say that you're just feeding the machine, right? And to some extent, I think we need to do that. The machine's out there; it's hungry. It wants the Jerry Springer effect, and many of the panelists know that that's what brings the big numbers. Like Jack gets around 100 live stream views, and Flow State, I've seen him over 100. I've seen him in like around 150.
yeah,
And so some of that drama, it does serve their baseline purpose. And I can appreciate Flow State to an extent that I think that he's at least trying to bring something forward and like move the conversation in a direction where people benefit from his transmissions. And I think Jack is somehow trying to do the same thing, and he's on like what Jack is trying to do. Here's what I think Jack is trying to do. I think he's trying to mirror Paul Unslaves, the white monkey, right? The white ape. He's trying to mirror his explosion, right? So Paul had an encounter with government and overcame them through like freedom of speech, and we don't need documents to travel and this kind of thing. And I think Jack's trying to copy that. He's trying to follow someone who did something that was garnered him a lot of attention, and he's trying to do that by going to Washington and showing here's what I've fucking done. A vagabond homeless dude off the street that was wronged by the government was able to make some sort of change. And I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with that. He's not genuine in bringing forward the Jesus angle, though. I don't think that's legit. And I would never do that myself,
But that's the whole thing. He's not genuine, dude. He's just not genuine. And he tries to use as many cliches as he can to gain some ground, to gain some clout. But it doesn't work on me.
No.
He sounds like a preacher without a religion. That's what he sounds like to me.
That's the definition of a cult leader, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Act Like You Know's in the chat. Wow, unfucking believable. I missed this entirely. Did you see him?
No, because I don't have the chat there.
Okay, let me check it real quick, because he's a big deal, man. Act Like You Know. I love your channel, man. I watched nearly all of your videos. He said, how many individuals comprise the panel verse actually? Yeah. I've only stumbled upon a few channels, and it seems like just a few dozen regular panelists.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he's right about that. The only active. Go ahead.
And those are the active ones, right? That join the panels. But then again, there's the whole chat behind it, And the most money is made from people in chat. People that donate a lot is not the people. That's not the same group as people that join the panel.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know, to be honest. Like, the only ones I know about are the Tranny Queen's Insanity Machine with Team Evil, and then Jack Talcott, Flow State, Paul. I only watched twice. Once I watched him, and the second time I went on, and he treated me so poorly that I've never watched him again. And then the Machine Lies, I regularly tune into his, and there aren't any others that Mel Pandora, but I think she disappeared recently, right?
She did. Yeah, she did. Yeah, and her whole disappearing.
Are there any others? Because like some of the flat earthers, Ironwork 92,000, he lets people on. I like him a lot. He's a black dude. Do you know him?
I like that guy a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
Um, and then there's Nikita, the Japanese
Nachiketa.
dude.
Nachiketa.
Nachiketa, yeah,
Yeah,
the
he's from Korea.
Japanese dude.
No, he's
Oh,
from
he's Korean. Okay, yeah. I don't watch him though because he's so morose. He's just sad all the fucking time. Dude, get over it. Fuck, get a day job. Go out and touch grass.
Dude.
His sadness
Nachiketa
makes
and
me
I
sick.
have a history on YouTube, and it was all about nothing. It was just about one fucking emoji, and
Okay.
it was over one fucking emoji, and
His
he got
his deep.
butthurt. He got
I don't know.
butthurt
I don't know.
for me.
Yeah, I don't know.
One
I don't know
emoji.
what happened to that dude, but his deep sadness infects every word that comes out of his mouth.
I still like Nachiketa though.
Oh, I like him. I like him a lot, but I can't watch him because I don't want to be fucking sad all the time.
Yeah, but I also like and appreciate what he does on YouTube, and
Absolutely, absolutely. And I support him. I mean, go watch him if you like that kind of thing. But like it's a fact that the sadness is in his voice. Maybe I could do something to help him, or maybe Jack Talcott could, but he needs to let go of whatever has hurt him somehow. I don't know what it is, man.
He needs the tea. He needs the tea.
Yeah, he needs that fucking tea. That's right, man. That's right. That shit's dynamic, man. That was mind changing. I love that.
So we had this thing. We had this beef on YouTube, and I didn't actually feel that it was about me or what I said or that emoji. I felt it was something different, and it really didn't affect me. And then Rose 777 tried to mediate between us, and it didn't work out. The way she wanted it or what she expected.
Okay.
So she said, sorry that I put the fire to your feet, and I will never do that again. And then actually Nachiketa disappeared from YouTube for 3.5 years.
Wow. So he's been on here a long time. No, I like to do it a lot. I think his presentations are great. I think that his style is good. But again, like there's just this underlying ennui or apathy or sadness. And he expresses it like he'll start off every transmission talking about how he's jaded. I mean, that's a fact. Nobody can fucking deny it.
I think it has something to do with his childhood. He had to fight a lot, as a child. He lived on the street as a 8-year-old, 10-year-old. He lived on the streets.
Okay.
That's pretty life-changing, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah, so
I chose that life when I was pretty young too. It's not a huge deal though. It shouldn't infect your entire life.
No,
At
but
some point,
I'm just guessing, right? I don't know if that's
you're right. Yeah, something drastic must have happened. And like I said, he needs the tea. He needs to. Yeah, he's got to meet that one mentor that can shift his attention point. I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but he's got a really big audience, and so that's good. So he's working fucking hard. He's doing his hard work to get it done. We had a comment here a little while back where it says Flow State made 1,400 in a single day. That's a big fucking deal, right? So yeah, he's not starving at all.
Yeah, and I think there's that. Of course, it's substantial, right? But I still think that that's a trick somehow. I think some.
Yeah, it's a fluke.
No, it's not a fluke. It's some people are trying to push it, and it's like a street game, right? Look at us. We're donating 100. We're donating 50. So you almost, if you want to donate, you need to equal that or to top that, right? I think that's
okay.
I think that's.
But do you think that's a regular type thing, day in and day out? Because I can't imagine that it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No. Because I had some.
But there's also something fishy about Flow State.
Yeah, there's something fishy, right, about that whole thing. Like, I had some early donators when I first started my YouTube panel chats. Like, and I wasn't even doing panel chats. I was just doing conversations with the chat. And there was a guy who came in. His name was Jeff Tiedrick. And Mary, you probably remember Mary at Sea Level. You remember Jeff Tiedrick. And I always called him Monsieur Tiedrick. And I made up a bunch of stories about him and stuff. And he was an angel donator. Like, he came behind the scenes and directly contacted me and like sent me a bunch of money on Buy Me a Coffee. And I was really shocked by that. I was like, what the fuck? And then he suddenly disappeared. Like, yeah, you remember? Yeah, Mary remembers him. Because I pulled all of these guys over from coast to coast. Like, Mary, you were an OG coast to coast person. And so, like, when I first started doing my chats, like, I was like, hey, let's do an after party. I'll do a live stream. You guys come over from Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, or not Art Bell, George Norrie. I think George Norrie was doing it at the time. And one guy came over that turns out he has like 3 million subs on Facebook and Twitter. And he's like a big deal. And he showed interest in me, and he came over and he gave me a bunch of fucking money and upbeats and shit. And then he disappeared out of nowhere, like he forgot about me or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're just one of the 3 million.
Yeah. And I think it's just a fluke, right? That's like a random thing that occurs. But with Flow State, I know he's playing the other panelist is Rotten Tomato, right? She does a lot of stuff. She looks like a 12-year-old little boy in a ball cap.
She looks so cute, dude. She looks like a cartoon.
Right.
She looks drawn. She looks like a drawn woman, you know. And drawn women actually look better than real women, you know.
She's got an ass as tight as a 12-year-old little boy. I'm imagining she's probably 4'11". That would be my guess.
Well, she's got a
flat head on top, right?
There's a cuteness in her that you cannot deny, you know.
Right. What's the perfect woman? Toothless, 3 foot tall, and a flat head to set your beer on.
Yeah. And that works in every language.
Yeah, and there she is right there. Yeah, so I said that one time on Flow State, and he banned me permanently. I'm like, she looks like a 12-year-old little boy, bro. What am I going to do? And he got so angry. He's like, yeah, that's my fucking sidekick, man. Fuck you. You're done. You know? And the other thing was I cammed up, and like all the girls in the chat, they said, Frank Monday, you're fucking sexy. You're a good looking man. And that angered him so bad.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably why he hates me too, dude. When I said, okay, so
you're a good looking dude too.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. That's probably why he hates me so much too.
No competition. Notice who dominates.
Right, dude. Thank you.
Fat
Good
dudes
magic.
and ugly dudes and fucking homeless dudes.
Somebody mentioned chemtrails on his stream, and then I said chemtrails, you know, as an answer, and then he just said, "Voy, you've been so long on stream, or you've been on YouTube for way too long. You know about the TOS." And I got banned from the panel, and I was like, huh? And then 3 weeks later, he did a fucking debate on chemtrails, whether they were real or not. So
yeah, it's a fact.
I knew there was something else going on. And the other
you're right. Number one, you can't challenge his intelligence. You have to make him look good. And number two, you can't be better looking than him. Otherwise, it's fucking game over.
Yeah, that's it. Because the other time when he banned me off he didn't ban me, he just banned me off the panel. It's when I left, when this fucking 10th man, he said, "Oh, my husband." And I started laughing like, husband? I mean, you don't want to hear a man say my husband, you know? So I just started laughing. Insta-ban. And then he put me in the back, right? And then he pulled me up like 10 minutes later, and he said, "How do you feel now?" I was like, "About what, dude?" And he just laughed. But so he just finds a reason, you know, to put people in the back. But now I know why. Yeah, dude, that actually makes sense. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean,
Yeah.
again, you have to think that these people, that's their day-to-day job. They're minimum wage employees streaming 12 hours a day on YouTube. So they have to serve the bottom line always, like if they get tips and stuff, then it's like they're running around the fucking restaurant trying to get paid, and when their ultimate bottom line is what makes money and nothing else, and they've focused so intently on that nothing they do can be genuine. It can't be, because they're not serving their genuine nature. Like with you, for example, you're retired, maybe you're receiving a pension, maybe you're getting maybe you're doing something else, whatever. You could just come in and have fun and just do it to do it.
Yeah. And I did love the StreamYard thing, and I did like to make shows back in the day, like 4 or 5 years ago. And of course, my channel got deleted for addressing the wrong topics. I'm on my 4th or 5th channel now.
Okay.
But still, when I lost my last channel, I had like, I don't know, maybe 400 subs. I had it for like a half a year, and then I blew that channel. And the next day, when I made a new channel, I had like 250 subs again. Like, not almost instantly. Everybody knew how to find me. I was like, I felt so good, like all these people actually. So there must be somebody behind the screens, messaging all these other people like, hey, this is Voi's new channel. I said, wow, these people are, friendly and dedicated somehow. And
what is your channel, by the way? If you put it in the private chat, I'll post it here in my chat room.
You can just click on my name if I put it in the.
Okay, so it's like YouTube at Voi.
You can find me, but if you click on my name, you can go to my channel.
Okay.
In the YouTube chat.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because that's the one thing I like about Jack. Like Jack, just because you're handsome or you've got something to fucking say against him, he won't like throw you out. Like he, to some extent, even though he's disingenuous to a great deal, he is the low ground in that he will accept all comers and he'll accept any challenge, and he doesn't give a fuck. And sometimes he'll get irritated, and he's only doing 2 hours a day. So I think Jack has something going on. I don't think he's as fucking destitute and homeless as he presents. I didn't even think his cat was real. He had never shown his cat.
Every supervillain needs to have a cat.
Right.
Yeah.
Seems to be the case. Oh, Fools and Tools is here. Good to see you, amigo. Much love. Much love to you. Back at you. So guys, make sure you go over and sub Voi. And thanks for being here, man. It's been a good time. I got about another hour. You want to hang around and chat a little more? Let's watch a little more of this video.
It's not a secret. Yeah. It's right here. And you can pull up.
Okay. So here he's talking about the collapse of the US dollar. And you're a European guy, right? So you're in old Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Yeah. Let's see what he's got to say.
It truly is. At any rate, it's funny because people are under the impression that Donald Trump is here to fix everything. He's not.
What do you think about that? What is your, as a European gentleman, what is your opinion of Mr. T, Donald Trump?
He's a good actor. He's a good actor, and he's been performing the same character throughout his life because he was trained for this.
Yeah, 4 decades. What do you think about his placement for since the 1980s? They've been trying to put this guy as president.
Yeah. So that's how I see. I mean, that's basically what I think of hope. And if there's any grassroots president, right, which we had in the Netherlands. Actually, we had this grassroots guy that actually performed, in the political scene already before he actually was known. He did some work. He performed already. He did some stuff state-wise and nationwide. And this guy was able to appeal to the young, to the old, to the foreigners, to the nationals, to rich people, to poor people, to black, to white. He would just make sense, right?
No, no.
And so he was not about dividing, and he would have the words that everybody would understand and everybody would agree with, and not for everybody to agree with, but he just made sense. So, of course, he was eliminated. But he might also have been part of the plan because his biggest idol was always JFK. And JFK died. He died.
Wow.
JFK died as a silver promise, right? And
Right.
just not golden, but a silver promise. Right. And Pim Fortuyn did too. He died as a silver promise. Everybody knew that he would get it together and get the country back on track again. So, but everybody in politics hated him, hated the guy. Really, people walked away on television, dude, just talking to the guy. They just walked out of the studio.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he didn't
and
say
that's
anything
the thing
nasty.
too. Like even the ones they set up for assassination and elimination, it seems like again, like it's just totally set up.
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah.
No, so I don't know. I really don't. Well, what we got to ask is, I think the essential question is, at some point, like, what is the upshot? So if that's a fact, and it does seem to be a fact, then what is our part to play? And how do we bring it forward? How do we cultivate ourselves so that we can alleviate the pain and suffering of others and make some positive change in the world? Act Like You Know says, I think JFK death was a stage play. Check. Miles Mathis. Okay, yeah. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. And if the AI CGI has been around for forever, as it seems to have been, then any impression that we get could be within that realm. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, like if we start to doubt everything, then what is genuine? If none of our sense impressions work, then does even the super sensual, or that realm that's beyond this one that we can experience, is there any legitimacy to that? It says his body was wax. Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard I've heard this before. Yeah. And just like those bodies we saw a second ago, right here on the little video that I was showing.
This
right? There it is.
Be the bodies that they will require.
I mean,
they're silicone rubber wax, but
silicone rubber, right?
If you've seen the wax museums, you know what they can do, right? And that would work even better with silicone rubber.
Absolutely. So how could you guarantee that that's not what you are, right?
Yeah.
She says, is there any legitimacy outside our own perception?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's existentialism, right? That's Jean-Paul Sartre. My pronunciation's not good. Say it again.
Sartre.
Yeah. So he brought that forward, and fuck that. But that goes all the way back to like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. And it's like, is there a realm of preforms? And I truly believe that I've experienced it, but was that not induced?
By the way, now that you speak of Sartre, he had he was he had a relationship with Madame de Beauvoir or something like that. Simone de Beauvoir, Simone de
Okay.
Beauvoir, right? And he actually, so Simone de Beauvoir was friends with Jean-Paul Sartre, and she got so hysterical in the opera house that he actually hanged her. He hung her. He hung her over the balcony, just to quiet her.
He
And
kicked her off her fucking bike, right? He
no,
kicked her
he
out of
didn't kick
bed.
her off. He just grabbed her. He just grabbed her whole body and just said, "Cool down, you fucking bitch." And he just hung her over the balcony, and she calmed down. And I
Yeah,
never knew
that's
that.
funny.
I did that with my sister,
How funny.
but not in the opera house. I did that on the 7th floor. I'm not proud of it, but how hysterical women can get. Especially your little sister. That she just went crazy on me, and there was
How
no way,
funny.
no way to cool her down. So I just grabbed her whole body, and I just put her whole body outside of the balcony, and she instantly cooled down. I said, "You see, you can cool down. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it." And then I pulled her back inside. I didn't have any problems with her after that. For at least for the next couple of years. I'm not proud of it, but once that I heard that Jean-Paul Sartre did the same to Simone de Beauvoir, I was like, "Yeah, I'm in good company."
Well, yeah, see, and yeah, great minds think alike. But you have to wonder still too how much of that was programmed into the Matrix, right?
I don't
Did
know.
you do it, or was it an autonomous response from the Matrix, right? To
Or
make you
just,
jive with that story.
yeah, I don't know. I only heard of that story like a decade later, and I was like, "Oh, I know that.
Right.
I know that feeling."
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. Like my grand summation is that at the I don't know if you've ever read or seen the movie The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, I read the
Okay.
book first. Yeah, I read the book first.
Yeah, so the grand summation is that at the end of reality, there's a supercomputer generating everything back into our existence, and it's all pre-programmed. And then at the end, the computer just basically shuts off, right? And that's like, but that's a Hebrew thing too, right? Like that's the great collapse. So in the Hebrew tradition, you have like the Big Bang, essentially, right? The Ein Sofor, expanding and generating and creating everything through the lightning flashes into our plane. And then at the end, it's all like kind of game over and it reverts back to the core and the oneness. And then it expands again. And it all happens within a single breath and a single heartbeat. So like as you start to incept, that's the Big Bang, right? You're taking a breath in and the entire cosmos expands with you. And then as you contract, the entire cosmos contracts with you. And that's why they teach in Judaism, they teach the fourfold breath, or you breathe in with Jehovah and then hold on Jehovah and then exhale on Jehovah. And right. So it's like, fuck, how much of this is already encoded in our basic structure, right? Like we have 4 seasons. We have spring, the inhalation, summer, the holding, autumn, the exhalation, and then winter, the holding again, right? It's like, fuck, the fourfold thing, it's all numerical. And if you get into those strange loops, and here's why I think like Robert Anton Wilson's Prometheus Rising is such a seminal book, because it highlights everything so clearly, right? Like, and it breaks us free from all of these old traditions. It breaks us free from the zodiac, from karma, from the fucking mind, from emotion, and being free. Isn't that something? I mean, it seems to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't we all love freedom?
Yeah. Hey, dude, finally got some action in the chat today.
Yeah, we're going bananas in here. It's a big deal.
It's better than yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, Mary says that. Have you noticed anything starting in their life? Very old house, and we finally got this one door open. It was screwed, caulked, and painted shut. And then Act Like You Know says Beauvoir. Do you know
Yes,
that person?
yeah, Simone de Beauvoir. I was just she was hung over the balcony by
Oh,
some.
okay.
Uh,
Nice, nice. She was a hardcore feminist, huh?
so you want to hang her over the balcony, right? Can you cool down now? Oh yeah, I'm cool now. I'm cool. I'm
Yeah,
cool.
that's my
That's,
wife, man. My wife is the the most hardcore feminist you would ever meet, right? She's absolutely in control until she gets married, and then she's still in control, but she's not gonna work at all, you know.
yeah.
The Chinese have a saying. They say, "Don't kill the ox that plows your field," and it's a Chinese expression. You can say it in Chinese, and I tell my wife that all the time. I'm like, the harder you push me, the closer you push me to death. So, you want the money and you want me to work, but fuck, take it easy because you're gonna kill the ox that plows your field. Mary says it's always fitting personally for everyone's chart, even if you did not. New moon magics, it's still happening somehow. Yeah, it is, but you could still break away from it. See, Mary's a hardcore astrologer, and she does really well. She can like totally understand charts and astrology and the zodiacal influences, but she's still not fully aware that the magician, the practitioner of magic, the sage, can absolutely break away from it and do other things without influence from it. And you're still influenced. I admit that. I mean, you can't totally alleviate yourself while you're in a human body, but you can do a good deal. You can do a good deal to thwart it. But
Is
you have
is
to go ahead.
is this why the troglodytes in is this why the troglodytes uh, um, are digging these tunnels and stay there to do what they're doing, to stay away from the lights in the sky, as she says.
Mm, that's interesting. So you know something about the troglodytes, huh? Do you know how many of them there are in the fathomless cavern?
I don't know. No, no, no.
Mm, well, I'm not going to tell you. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And it's funny that you should bring that up because I've met with them. When I started my low level initiation into magic, the first element is earth, and you have to go within the earth and meet the gnomes. And when I was down there, the troglodytes talked to me a lot. And they're like, they had riddles for me and shit. And they try to throw you in the lake of fire. And they have all these other tests and they have long noses. They look like Italians or whatever. And they're
Jews.
yeah, they're like Jews. They're down there with their beady eyes and their pickaxes mining gold,
A
and they're a real
protruding
deal, man.
underlip. Protruding
Yeah,
underlip too, right? Yeah.
yeah, they're fucking legitimate elementals, man, and you have to face them at some point. That they're unavoidable. Pinching pennies together, right? Mary says, "Is she a short, blue-haired Frank?" Oh, that's sad. Don't do that.
To
Let me
move
move.
around on this
Let
earth.
me move this picture a
And
little bit.
it's freaking me out. It makes me wonder, are these the robots that Jordy Rose was talking about? The kindred robots that he was going to make that would be undistinguishable from human beings? This is crazy. We're living in some crazy times right now. It's highly disconcerting, man. It really, truly is. At any rate, it's funny because people are under the impression that Donald Trump is here to fix everything. He's not. He's not. I got to remind you that when the pandemic first struck, the first thing they tried to do was pass the digital dollar.
Yeah, not just that, but like warp speed. He wanted to get everybody vaccinated really quick, which was very disheartening. What do you think about that? The digital dollar, it's a real thing in China, man. We haven't had cash here for the last 10 years. So even prior to COVID, they took away cash.
Yeah. And I think the same thing happened in India. I cannot imagine India without cash, though. Um, but India has made that switch, I think, a couple of years ago, not too long ago.
Okay. Yeah,
But I
we
can't
did we
imagine. I cannot imagine India without cash. Just everybody having a card. These people hardly have clothes on their back.
right, right.
I can't see that working. But
Well, it's phone based here, and even prior
yeah,
to COVID, they had already rolled it out on WeChat. And
yeah,
Elon Musk, Elon Musk himself, he said he wants to make X a, a copycat, a carbon copy of WeChat.
yeah.
He wants to do the exact same thing with his X app that China did with WeChat, which is total 100% top down surveillance and control of your money and your work.
And your
And
words, right?
yeah,
Words.
and everything. Yeah. WeChat has actually warned me on private messages that I shouldn't say certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
yeah,
that's so
it's very
considerate.
deep here.
That's so considerate of WeChat.
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's
In
not
private
controlling at all.
chats,
That's
like
just
like like I'm telling a girl at 3 a.m. I want to come over and lick her pussy, and they're like, "You have a wife. You probably shouldn't say that," you know. And I'm like, "Motherfucker!" They're like, You're gonna lose your credit. Your social credit score is gonna go down if you say that. Do you
just for
really
saying.
want? Yeah. Do you really want to say that? And I'm like, "No. Okay. I'm done."
Jeez, man.
But yeah, it's pretty serious, man. It's pretty overt here. And like with me as a foreigner, they're very gentle with me. You can only imagine how harsh they're being with their native populace.
Right? Yeah.
What is this? What is this comment here? Have you seen Cron's last The Golden Web? All English expressions tied to bioelectricity, assumptions to control by archons. I don't understand it. Do you understand that comment or no?
Yeah, I think it relates to English has been created as a magical language by wizards and warlocks, which makes sense because it's pretty ideal to make a song with English, you know. And since English also doesn't have any rules of pronunciation, you know, if I write
Right.
if I write GHOT,
It's
it spells
fish.
it spells fish, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little ahead of the game. Yeah, that's interesting. And I've heard that Hebrew as well is a modern transliteration. And
Hebrew
so,
was Hebrew was a created is a created language too, like Latin is. Like nobody lives in Latina or Latinia. That was a created language. It was a language created for people to communicate internationally. So it's actually an Esperanto um, avant la lettre, right? Before there was Esperanto, there was Latin.
all right, wait a goddamn second. Mary's attacking me. She's saying that I'm a drunk Jew Frankenstein. Yeah,
Is
sad.
that you? Is that
No,
you?
well, I've had a couple of beers. I mean, I don't think I'm drunk though. I mean, I'm still coherent to some extent, right?
Yeah, you might be a little bit tipsy, you know, but
No, yeah, yeah. I've tied one on a bit, yeah. So,
what are you drinking? A sake?
I'm having, yeah. How do you know that? Did you see the can?
No, but you're drinking it out of a cup, and then you can't drink beer out of a cup. You wouldn't do that. But sake is very good out of a cup. It actually tastes
Yeah,
better.
that's right.
Tastes better. Tastes
I've
better
got
out
a,
of a cup than out of a glass. So
yeah, I've got a bottle of Japanese Asahi sake right here. Wow, fascinating, man. That's fucking prescient. So you are a wizard. Yeah, you're a high level wizard, my friend.
uh,
Indeed. She says I'm 33% tipsy. Yeah, no, I'm two shades to the wind. Yeah. I'm having fun. That's good though. I don't have to work tomorrow because we're off for the Chinese Labor Day holiday. It's
uh-huh.
called it's May 1st. We call it a golden week, and so we have 7 days off.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I'd like to work in academia. We have like a month for winter holiday, and then we have like nearly 3 months for summer holiday. And
Yeah.
yeah, so
And you
I'm
still
working.
get paid, right? It's like fucking.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely salaried. Yeah, so I'm working 9 months out of the year, and the rest of the time I'm chilling.
Yeah, that's some awesome conditions, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good magic, and
Congrats on
it.
that.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know, man. I just sought out my dream, like Carl Jung says. Follow your bliss. And what did Sigmund Freud say? Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
I don't like
Right?
Freud. I don't like
Yeah,
Freud, but
I
that's
don't
that's a
either.
good statement,
I don't
though.
either.
Yeah.
I think Jung is way more dialed in. I think Freud was, he was. I mean, there's nothing wrong with partying
And
and
who's the artist that said "Ceci ce n'est pas un people"? So this is not
God.
a no.
Was
No,
was that Rorik?
no. It was a French guy.
Oh,
Ceci
okay.
ce n'est pas un people.
Baudelaire.
No, it was a painter.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
love my
no, it was not.
Baudelaire though.
No, it was not Magritte. He was a good painter too. Oh, maybe it was Magritte. Maybe it was.
Was it? Nice, nice. Wow, Mary's on top of it. She's a
Yeah.
dynamo. She really is, man. She knows
Yeah.
her shit. I don't. I'm my main focus, like in school, was American Revolutionary writers. So if it was said by any of the American forefathers, I would be dialed in. But yeah, I'm very xenophobic in that sense. But I've been trying to learn since I've left the States. I try to learn about the Chinese, the French, the Germans, but there's so much out there.
Yeah. So the thing about this is not a pipe is that René Magritte, actually painted the pipe, and then he put the text under it. This is not a pipe. It's it's a picture of a pipe.
Okay, I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that.
Right? So,
Did he do the one with like the apple in front of the face as well?
yeah.
Yeah, see, I recently did an interdisciplinary class with the art history guy, and he would know that. And he's a British guy. And yeah, they would absolutely know that. But
Yeah, it's very philosophical, right? He
yeah,
made very philosophical paintings.
very good magic too. I mean, fuck, when you can influence the zeitgeist to a level where people are still talking about it, 200 years later, that's a big deal.
Hmm.
And it's good magic. I like it. And I always have something to learn. I'm not ashamed by the fact that I didn't know Magritte.
Dude, you cannot know everything. I mean, there's I mean, of everything.
That's why we meet and talk, right?
Right,
Fuck,
and that's you always miss more than you can entertain, and there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, we're here to teach each other. Fuck, why would we even have conversations if not to learn something from each other? You know what I mean?
There should be no fear of missing out, because you're missing out on so many stuff that if you're afraid of that, you might as well just die. It's just,
Oh,
oh, I should have been there. That party should have been there. That Congress, and there's that. No, you're always gonna miss out on more stuff than you can enjoy and entertain. That's just a basic fact.
yeah. I think that's an interesting aspect too of what I call the Jerry Springer effect. It's because like when things get lively and people are, fighting over things, like other people become extremely interested because they're like, what do I not know? Right. It's that, like you said, fear of missing out, right? What do I not know? What am I missing here? And how can I make the connections rapidly to try to understand these things? And people like it, they're really interested in that type of thing.
Yeah, and it means nothing, and if you missed it, your life will not change.
Right. That's the thing too. Like none of these things, any of them do really change our day to day. That's why they had to do COVID. They had to lock us down and get us under a system of top down control, which the U.S. Army calls total total spectrum dominance, I think is what it was.
Full spectrum.
Yeah, full spectrum dominance.
Yeah.
And because they wanted everybody to realize we can shut down the entire fucking world on our command. And that's what it was. Every nation unified in the shutdown, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Shut down by fear of something that's not there.
Yeah. Totally invisible boogeyman, nothing there. Just, we're going to shut it all down to let you guys know that we can shut it down.
You're not gonna do that, Valentine. Not with a name like Valentine. I mean, no, you're not gonna delete yourself. Nah.
Is that what they're saying? Let me see. I'm just resigned from life, literally, do not care. But I want to know where I'm going once I delete myself. Yeah, don't do that. That's not cool. Yeah, don't talk that kind of horse shit here. I think the Catholic idea that if you delete yourself, you're ultimately damned. I think there's something to that. Like my dad told me, I remember one time I was a kid and I was like cutting my arm, locked in the bathroom. And I'm like, fuck you guys, I'm going to kill myself. And my dad said, he told me this. He got me out of there. He fucking kicked the door down or whatever. And he grabbed me and he said, kid, he said, that's never an option. Whatever the word, you can't say, it's verboten, right? Suicide is never an option. He said, you do not have the fucking right to kill yourself. I brought you into this world and you're here to, live life. And he was all about the joie de vivre, enjoy life, be a bon vivant, but you have no option to kill yourself. And I took that seriously. You don't have that right. You didn't bring yourself here, right? To some extent, your parents are responsible for you, your grandparents, your ancient history, and the world, and your community, and the future. You don't have the fucking... Well, who the fuck are you to think you're in charge, that you can do that? Good God, if you're going to do that, then I don't know. Don't bother me with it. Just go ahead and fucking jump, But
right.
I don't think that's right in any way. And I would never.
Don't start talking about it. It's just like
to do it.
Either do no, for real. I mean,
right.
That's yeah. No, I don't want to challenge the guy, but
no, it's a serious topic. Yeah, it is. And if you're hurting and you want to talk, then fucking message me directly.
Click the link. Click the link.
Yeah, click the fucking link.
And start feeling alive and start feeling,
Absolutely. Jump on my panel. You can come backstage.
Panel,
Fuck. Yeah. If somebody was really there, and if you're really there, friend, who are you? Let me see the name. Valentina, not one of you. Yeah, if that's a serious fucking thing and you need some help, like any kind of help, whether it be spiritual, emotional, financial, whatever, contact me directly. Don't fuck around with that. That's no kind of fun.
Listen, I know about 2 persons that actually did that.
Yeah.
And both of them were on government drugs, right?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Serotonin uptake inhibitors.
What was the side effect of these drugs that they took? Well,
death thoughts
was one of the side effects.
Yeah, it's super common.
You just need to take it long enough. So, Valentine, I will ask you now: are you on these government prescripted drugs? Maybe. Because if you just let them go, it's gonna take some time to leave your body. But that's probably the reason why you would say these things.
Yeah, my brother did that, and he was on 18 different drugs.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: like, he hadn't even been prescribed those by a doctor. The person who was just prescribing all of the medications to him was a assistant Like I don't know what they call them in the U.S., but
No, I get what
like,
you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, a healthcare assistant. And when I went home to visit him in 2019, he had an entire shoebox full of drugs that he was taking.
We talked about this on the other stream too.
Did we pill containers, and he was taking 18 different fucking, and they were all mind altering drugs like psychoactives.
Yeah.
Not natural ones either, all synthetic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what a thing. Yeah, so don't do that.
I remember one of my friends pulling open this drawer, right? And he showed me all the drugs that he was taking. I didn't even know what to say, dude.
Yeah. I
didn't know.
personally
Listen, when I was
Go ahead,
when
yeah.
I was running this camping in Slovenia, and I was there out in the open, just a whole fucking camping that I could rule over. I invited him over. I said, "Dude,
yeah.
come here. Come here. I have I live in Slovenia now for a couple of months, and you could just be here and be free. And I know you're depressed. You're gonna need this." And what do you know? I called him just the day before he did the deed, and he was actually calling everybody that he knew to say goodbye, but he didn't call me yet. But I called him first. So there was something going on. I offered him a way out, and the next day he did it.
Wow, yeah, that's a big deal. One of my
Yeah.
one of my best friends died recently too, and I knew that he had been on some powerful psychotropics as well.
Yeah.
And I had a live stream with him. It's here on the channel. We were doing a 100-day challenge, and we were supposed to start this. In fact, this 100-day challenge, he was supposed to be on. And it's been a little over a year since he passed. But he died the very night we spoke, and it's just unfucking believable, man. Hey, welcome to Ricardo Sunshine. Good to see you, amigo. How are you doing?
Hello. Hi, I'm good, thanks, Frank. Voy. I've been listening a while. I just feeling a bit lazy today. Just didn't feel like
Okay, good man. Nothing wrong with that.
waiting for my turn, but I wasn't particularly wanting to get onto this subject of like deleting yourself, because
So let's talk another subject then. Come on.
Yeah, but if you have comments,
I'm not there anyway. I've got no desire to do that. I personally, I feel like I've got so much going for me. There's so much good things happening, and I'm feeling healthy. For my age. So there's.
Watch out, because Hillary Clinton's gonna get you, right? Yeah, good man. So, yeah, we don't have to stay on that subject. I think it's a dark thing, and we shouldn't encourage it, and we definitely don't condone it. But looks like he froze.
Yeah, he
Did he freeze? Yeah, he did freeze. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good fun. I appreciate you all stopping by, and it seems like a lot of these folks that have come into the chat this evening have been friends of Voi's or friends of Ricardo's, and so everyone's kind of gathering, and we're starting a new little platform here. It's really good magic, man. I appreciate it, definitely. Wilkinson,
you're a very likable guy, Frank. That's why.
You're too kind. Yeah. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys coming by, man. Fuck, I enjoy it. This is what I'm all about. Do you know this Wilkinson fella? He says, "Hey there, Genie."
Oh yeah, Callum Wilkinson. He's like our YouTube. What's this?
De facto, factotum.
No.
Guru.
Yeah, he's a guru. I mean, he looks like one, and he is one. And he's like a wizard too. He's like what's his name? What's the name of the wizard in Lord of the Rings?
Gandalf.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
That's
okay.
Him.
Good.
That's
Good to see you, amigo. Welcome, Callum Wilkinson.
Yeah.
What about Jeannie? Do you know Jeannie as well? They all know you. Yeah. You brought quite a crowd over.
Yeah. I think it's Jeannie from I'm not sure. Is it?
Okay.
Is it ceiling fan man's wife, Jeannie? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
it
don't know.
is.
Okay. Ricardo's back. Let's see if his connection's better.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm using a phone, so it's I don't have a laptop, so I just keep getting
Yeah, not
kicked
to
off
worry.
every fucking like 2 minutes sometimes. But then we were talking yesterday, weren't we? And I was on for like over an hour and I didn't get kicked off at all.
Yeah,
So
that's right. And so, where did we leave off? I mean, this guy right here is pulling my fucking dick, smoking the finest weed in all the Shire. Fuck you, you asshole. I wish I could smoke a blunt right now.
sorry,
Yeah,
man.
this is
I smoke weed regularly as well. I
not
can
to
just get
worry.
it
Yeah.
so easy here in the UK. There's just so many like dealers, and I've got so many
I
I've got friends who've got contacts, and there's even people that can deliver. I don't even have to go anywhere. I don't have to seek it out. I can just phone,
I can appreciate that.
dial a number,
I
and
I
it'll come.
I like to think that my effort in magic has in somehow contributed to that. So good magic though. Yeah. So where did we leave off? We left off this morning. You had a story that you wanted to tell me about. I've totally forgotten at this point. Do you remember?
Me?
Yeah.
I was going to tell.
I didn't get to finish the stream, so yeah, I was watching it. And then you got live again, Frank. But
You'd have to remind me again. I can't remember what it
Yeah,
was.
I don't know. We talked a little bit about, like, I was making some quotes from Socrates and Benjamin Franklin, and then you had led it. Oh, dreams. We were talking about Dreamland, and you were
Oh
talking
yes,
about
dreams. There was a dream. Yes,
a
there was a
specific
dream.
you had. Yeah.
Right, exactly. There was a dream I had. Probably about 20 years ago, maybe, where I just cannot ever forget it. It was the most vivid and probably the deepest dream I'd ever had, like symbolically, right? But there was basically a human chessboard, okay? There's a
Okay. Yeah.
life-sized a huge human chessboard, and I wasn't on it. I wasn't on the board. I was like the god moving all the pieces around and manipulating everything, and I was like, this is fucking crazy. I've never had this much power before, I remember thinking in the dream. And then this is next level shit. And then the next thing that happened, everyone disappeared. All the pieces disappeared, and I was just on my own thinking, what do I do now?
I think you won.
Yeah.
I think you won the game.
Oh.
You removed all the pieces from the chessboard, and so you won the game.
Yeah, it didn't come to a head. There wasn't like black and white. Black didn't defeat white, or white didn't win over black. It was just 1 minute everyone was playing, and I was just like, this is crazy. Human chess pieces, and then all the pieces just disappeared. I was like, oh, okay. Well, sounds like a good dream.
Yeah. And the fact that you recall it this later on in life, like, did it ever become like a recurring dream, or like did you feel like there was an upshot to it? Do you feel like, did some transition occur? Did you level up, or like, what's the
I'm sure it is. I don't know. I can't. It's really hard for me to compare my life, or for anybody else to compare my life to anybody else's, because I just haven't lived what's considered a normal kind of regular life. I haven't done things in the way that people would normally do them. But it seems like I've learned. Whereas I don't know, like most people seem to get stupider, and like as they get older. I think I'm becoming more intelligent because I'm learning more, and my mind has never been as clear. My heart has never been as untainted with with crap, and it's I can just, you know, I feel like I could do anything, but obviously I'm here in this stuck in this physical limited world.
Right,
So it's
right.
just,
Well, I believe that we're all past 40, so we're all over the hill, as they claim. And
yeah,
one thing I find interesting that for me, I don't know if it's true for you guys, but like when you're younger, the Buddhists talk about the monkey mind, right? Like this mind that keeps going from thought to thought to thought to thought endlessly, right? You've heard of this, I'm sure.
yes, yeah,
And when
yeah,
when I heard, like, I think it was 42 or maybe 43, I hit a plateau where my mind shut off entirely and the monkey mind just disappeared. I don't know if it was because of my own practice or just that's the way it works. But I remember too, like thinking back, my old master, like the old kung fu teacher or whatever, Master Ni, he told me, he said, don't, like I told him, I said, what about the monkey mind? You know, it seems so pervasive. I'm jumping from thought to thought, you know, oh, fuck this and fuck that and do this and do that. And he said, don't worry about it too much. He said, because when you hit 40, it disappears. And for me, that was true. And maybe it was because it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. He told me that and it happened. But have you guys experienced that? Like the mind
No,
goes
no, but it's
completely
also like
quiet?
it's also, well, no, not completely quiet, but it's also considered. I think it's in the so they will allow you to take drugs and be a bit degenerate, you know, until you're 40. If you're still doing that after 40, people cannot take you seriously. That's,
Okay.
that's a rule. That's a rule, and that ties into that to that.
Yeah, it might. But I mean, for mine, for the most part, like it went silent. Like the monkey mind just one day, bam, I was sitting in meditation and it just shut off and it never came back. And I woke up and I was actually kind of scared. I'm like, where's that fucking internal monologue that always bothered me and harassed me? And like, where has it gone? And it's no longer there, man. It disappeared. Now I can actually listen to people with intention without talking in my mind. And like I hear you and I can respond to you. And it's something very different than the whole first fucking half of my life, man. I could never listen to people in the past and like not be internally battling with them and thinking and talking in my head. I mean that whole fucking thing just went silent. And I woke up, I thought I was dead, honestly, and I mean I've experienced death a few times, so maybe that's part of it. But yeah, it's kind of a
So it
fun
was just
thing.
so it's just death of the monkey mind, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's just complete silence. Like I wake up in silence, I spend my day in silence, and unless like I put in the earphones and listen to you guys or actively seek things out, there's no distraction from life. Like it's pretty cool. Anyway, just something I thought I'd share with you guys on.
Okay, so I'm gonna say goodbye, Frank and Ricardo and everybody in chat. It's been delightful interacting with y'all again, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. I really do. Much
Ciao,
love to
Frank.
you.
Ciao, Ricardo. Yep.
So yeah, Ricardo, what do you think about that? And maybe in some reflection to your disappearing chess pieces, that might be an advent to that in some way. Like maybe that was preemptive foreshadowing of what's to come for you. Because I believe you're a bit younger than me, and I don't know if you're there still. So
And ever since Trump's been in office, all he's doing is destroying the dollar right out in the open. It's not a secret. It's right here. And you can pull these up all day long, every day. What we're going through now is worse than when former President Nixon took us off the gold standard in 1971, strategist said. So I can't possibly stress this to you enough because I actually meet you people in person. I've actually helped hundreds of you. I've made friends with several of you that I talk to on the phone fairly regularly, as much as I.
Yeah, I haven't met anyone behind the scenes really. Um, Jack Talcott, I've met him a couple of times offline. And what about you, Ricardo? Are you still here? Yes, no, maybe so. Yeah, looks like everybody dipped out, man. Um, I'll play a little more of this.
Hate the telephone. And I can't tell you enough. I've shown the emails from people saying that they put 400,000 from their retirement with Goldco, and now it's at almost $1 million, and they can cash that out. And people instantly say, "Well, the Bible says, cash your gold." Listen to this: when they destroy everything, and you have the chance to either take it and comply, or stand your ground like you've been claiming in the comment section for 15 years that you're going to. People are like, "Well, I'll just use water and food." How much water and food can you store up? How long is this going to take? Do you know what 6 months worth of water and food for you and two other people looks like? It's rooms and rooms and rooms of it. Everybody that I know that is actually go out.
Yeah, you can't do that, man. It's fucking unmanageable. You have to have sustainable energy sources. And like I've got land and I know what it looks like to try to manage and store resources. And it's one fucking person. You need like a 500-gallon tub of water. So you basically need like a water tower that you can endlessly refill and replenish in order just to sustain one family. So yeah, there's no manageable sources of like that's the whole fucking thing with the whole prepping community. Like it's never going to happen. You can't be off the grid entirely. The grid is what supports human life and human community. And if you came to visit, I could easily hook you up, Frank. I don't understand. I don't get it, man. Are you still here, amigo? I can't hear you. Are you still here? Yeah.
The desert, go up in the mountains. People that actually go out and do survival things, make how to survive, how to bug out videos. Gold and silver are the number one thing. Plus, leave your 401k and your IRA in the bank. All right, but I want to put this out. So your IRA, they're already spent. They're already spent. So get them out while there's still ones and zeros and turn them into something you can actually hold. Or
Yeah, I don't think that's true either. The only thing you can hold is the method. And so let me break this down for you guys. If you're putting your hope and faith in any type of arbitrary system beyond your own authority and beyond the authority of God, then you're living a pipe dream. None of it manifests, none of it's real. The only thing that's real and manifests is your own intent. The wizarding will is the only thing that controls reality. So you have to tune in. You have to break free of the chains of karma and the zodiac and astrology and human emotion and the day to day. All of it, you have to break free from all of it, man. You have to just be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just living in the moment. You have to do the Alan Watts thing. You got to drop acid. You got to drop acid and drop out and figure out the equation that it's methodology. It's the method that matters most. And so It's a very simple process. Spring is an inhalation, right? Summer is the holding and the firing of the cauldron. Autumn is the exhalation. The cold wind blows over, right? Cold blows the wind over my true love. Cold blow the drops of rain. And then the holding on winter. So it's a fourfold process. It's the fourfold name of God. It's Jehovah. It's the Yod He Vahe. It's the four alchemical elements. It's a very simple thing. The process works endlessly. And if you haven't done it, you don't know. And if you have done it, you do know. You have to dare to know and will to be silent. Yes. So Ricardo dipped out. I'm waiting to come back on. It's not me connecting me. It's not connecting me. Okay, that's sad. Yeah, reboot, man. I got a little more time. I'd like to hang out with you guys for a little longer. Let's see what other kind of horseshit this guy's talking. I have been to England twice, and both times I brought my son with me, and it was good fun. I went to London. I didn't go outside of London, though, to be honest with you. I didn't see the countryside. I should see more. And I'd like to come again. In fact, I was planning to come this summer, and I might do it, man. I might come to the UK this year. Where are we in April, June, July? I might come over in like 2 months from now. If so, you definitely have to hook up with me and smoke a joint with me. And yeah, because it's been a long time. Been a long time, yeah.
I'm out. So it's getting late, but I want to put this out. So check this out. You already heard this before, but let me remind you.
AI is a fundamental existential risk for human civilization. And I don't think people fully appreciate that. On the artificial intelligence front, I have exposure to the very most cutting edge AI. And I think people should be really concerned about it.
With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Doesn't work out.
I take it there will be no HAL 9000 going up to Mars.
It's funny that he says the guy summoning the demon in the pentagram and it didn't work out. Actually, it did. He got everything he desired and it all worked out just fine until he had to pay the piper, right? So Elon Musk is such a fucking shill, man. This guy, he's not a messiah. Neither's Trump. They're neither one of them are Jesus of Nazareth. Neither is Jack Talcott. Neither is Flow State or the Insanity Machine. None of these guys came from humble beginnings, and none of them can represent the truth, right? They're just shills working for the machine. It's good fun, though. They're the ones on the grand stage where life is a theater and we're all actors on the stage. As old, what was it? Robert Bacon said,
HAL 9000 would be easy. It's way more complex than, to put HAL 9000 to shame. Yeah.
On the artificial intelligence front, I have exposure to the very most cutting edge AI, and I think people should be really concerned about it. I keep sounding the alarm bell, but until people see like robots going down the street killing people, like they don't know how to react, because it seems so ethereal. AI.
You said something that.
Yeah, I don't think you should be concerned about it. I think it's just another talking point to induce fear, right? If there is AI at the end of the universe that is what's the word? If there is this thing that they're talking about that will appear in the future that supersedes humanity, then it's already there. It's already in the future. And as a result, that means it's already generating back through this timeline, and it's creating us. That means it is the Godhead, and that means it's already there. So every choice is already laid out for you, and you're not doing anything wrong, and there's nothing you can do to fear, and all of the other shit. It's just an illusion of the machine, right? What does TML say? What is his main upshot? The machine lies. And if you're seeing it across your dark mirror, right, and if you're hearing it from me, which I doubt that you're even hearing my voice, you're just hearing some AI generated voice. You're seeing some AI generated image of Frank Monday, right? Will the real Frank Monday please stand up? Please stand up, right? Will the real Frank Monday please stand up? No, he can't, because there is no real Frank Monday, right? And that holds true for you as well. There is no reality. And as a result, we have something to fear? Really? Really?
Caught me right away when we were discussing various issues.
And this guy, this Canadian fucking infiltrator, we've got a South African and a Canadian in suits, and something they say is supposed to be important when reality is hitting us in the face every day, and there's nothing they can do to dispel that. Everything they say, everything they do has absolutely zero to do with your day-to-day, and it will never affect you.
Before we started,
We got the XAI data center or supercomputer center training.
They're creating a machine that is far less in capacity to the human mind, and they're claiming that it's the infinite source, and it will never compare to God's creation.
From beginning installation to start of training in 19 days, which is the fastest that anyone has ever gotten a supercomputer to train.
And the human mind works at 200,000 times faster than the fastest supercomputer in processing just visual information, right? Not to mention the interior cognitive function.
and is that in that new building off to the side?
That's in Memphis, actually.
It's in Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee. What's up, yo? Yeah, look at his hand signs, right? He's trying to make the vagina with his hands. That's nothing special, man. Nothing special. Elon Musk, you're so full of shit. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Like he's trying to create the vagina to stick his dick through to fuck all of you in your mind.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's where you were?
Yeah.
I see.
Memphis, the capital of ancient Egypt.
Right. Yeah, you're bringing what?
Perhaps that's where our new God will come from.
Yeah, no kidding.
Perhaps that's where our new God will come from.
No kidding. Yeah, I wish that was funny.
So we all heard Elon Musk for years and years and years warning.
Wow, 1927. That's an interesting date. That's when Randolph Carter, October 7th, 1927, went through the gate at the Snake Den, right? It's all Lovecraftian, man. It's all fucking Lovecraftian. Welcome back, Richard. Good to see you again, amigo.
Hey, thanks, Frank. Yeah, I just restarted my phone, so it should be a little better now.
Yeah, not to worry. They're all just copying Lovecraft. Like everything they do has been spelled out in what Lovecraft wrote. Like they're not even coming up with anything new. And you know why that is? I'll tell you why that is if you don't know. It's because everything he wrote is in the public domain and they can use it without IP. So they're recanting the Lovecraftian tales because they can do so without having to pay him any IP money, any royalties, because he's already dead and his shit's in the public domain. Yeah, the dates are exact. The things they say are exact. He already said it all, man. I've read it. I've been through it. I'm a scholar of it.
He must have been an interesting guy. I'm not really into horror, so I don't really I never really read much of that stuff, but obviously I've seen a few pictures, and I've watched the Alien films and stuff.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's not really
yeah.
horror. It's called cosmic horror, but
Okay.
yeah, it's very spiritual. It's really, it has very little to do with horror.
Yeah, it's just some of the images, they're like blatantly demons, or and just horrific, like nightmarish scenes.
Yeah,
So
it's the way the mainstream presents it, but yeah, that's not what he was
okay.
talking about. Yeah.
Well,
Well, good
I've never
fun anyway.
I've never explored it much myself, but I just wonder what kind of what kind of things must have been going on in his head, at the time.
Yeah. I mean, if you
Incredible
think about
stuff.
any, yeah, if you think about any great literary writer, and he wasn't great until I started thinking about him. It's interesting too, because as soon as I started thinking about weed becoming legal, it became legal nearly worldwide. And when I started investigating Lovecraft, he suddenly became in the zeitgeist. So it's interesting to think, like, what is something that you've looked into that has become like, because they call this the reticulative activating system, the RAS, meaning that
Okay.
whatever you focus on becomes more predominant in your world. So is there anything that you've investigated that has suddenly just like appeared in mass profusion within your timeline?
Well, it's funny. I read. It's just when you talk about writers and books, because I've read a lot of books. I don't read so many anymore, but um, things I've read will just always stay with me. And I remember one of the first, before I took acid when I was 17, before even dropped my first tab. I read. My dad happened to have this book because he came out of the 60s hippie generation. Although my parents were never that big into it, really. They didn't really take much acid or any, I don't know. They were kind of on the edges of it. But anyway, this book that my dad had was by Timothy Leary, that you've obviously heard of, and it's called The Politics of Ecstasy.
Okay.
And just that book, man, that was like kind of like my Bible for a few years. It's just full of amazing stuff, poetry, and just all kinds of incredible ideas that I just never, even thought about before, like trip stories and just all kinds of stuff. So that helped. I'm sure that helped me reading that, because it must have prepared me for, that's what I was about to go through.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so
What was the name of it again?
the politics of ecstasy.
Okay, I'll definitely check it out.
I don't know if it was his first book, but it was one of the early ones from the late 60s, I'd say.
Nice.
He was a really good writer. So that was him. And then I was going to say, I was going to jump forward about 20, 30 years, and there's another guy that I discovered called the Barefoot Doctor, Stephen Russell. I don't know if you've heard of him. He was a famous Taoist, or English Taoist.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar to me.
He died a few years ago, unfortunately, but he moved to Spain. He did some. He's got semi-famous, and he was doing some stuff from some TV appearances and a few bits and stuff on, and then he just kind of moved to Spain. Ibiza, I think. He moved to Ibiza. His own little, like own little house up there.
Did I get this? Did I get the spelling on this correct? Ecstasy.
And he's just,
I don't know how to spell
yes, that's it exactly. The Politics of Ecstasy. It might be out of print. I don't have it. I don't have a copy anymore. I don't know what happened to it, but I think I lent it to someone and never got it back.
Yeah, not to worry.
But that was a really inspirational book. All about the hippie generation and the whole beatniks and the whole evolution of the hippies and based around San Francisco and all that.
Yeah, sure. Like my pops was actually born in the 1920s, and so my mother was like a Puritan. She came out of the Appalachians. She was Irish, an Appalachian Irish, and so
Right.
like they had very conflicting. And my dad was 23 years older than my mother,
Oh
so
wow,
yeah,
that's a massive age difference. So
right.
how old? I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but how old was she when he met her? When they met?
She was 14,
Oh wow,
and she already had a kid, and
wow, that shit
yeah.
happened. Yeah,
Dynamite, right? And
crazy.
her first child from him, she was 17. So he took
Right.
her in with her kid, you know, a bastardized child, and decided to raise her and said, "Hey, you can hang out here, with your kid." And
Mm,
it wasn't until 3 years later that he knocked her up with one of his own. So yeah, kind of a big deal, right? And
yeah.
I didn't, I came about when she was 28. So quite a
Wow.
few years later.
So you've got quite a big family.
Yeah, I'm the 13th from my father and the fifth from my
Oh,
mother.
oh my God,
Yeah, so big
your
deal.
father,
Yeah.
your dad must have been a
Yeah, he was a hell of a dude,
pretty
right?
big.
He was a big deal
Wow.
in LA. He was actually one of the founding members of Paramount Pictures.
Oh yeah, the film
Um,
company.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So his buddy Jimmy Gymnopoulos was the CEO, I think until recently. And I never even thought about that fucking name until like my dad was dead. It was like decades later. And
Mm.
I looked him up and he's worth like, I don't know, like a lot of money. And I couldn't even spell his name because that's kind of a weird name, right? And
Yeah.
they were all Italian gangsters, man. And
Right.
yeah, and it turns out like my dad would routinely meet with like David Lynch and all these other people, and like he went through the whole era,
Mm.
man. He knew Frank Sinatra, he knew fucking Marilyn Monroe, and all these crazy people. And as a kid, you never
Cool.
even think about it, You run across paths with these people, and you're like, yeah, it doesn't even fucking matter. But my hypnotherapist when I was 10 was a disciple of Israel Regardie, and
Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard
yeah,
of.
so I got pulled into the MK Ultra program, and I was poised to be a Hollywood type, what do they call them? Pussycat, the
Right.
Pussycat Theater. Are you familiar with it?
Not really. No, but it sounds interesting.
Yeah, so they train young people that have some talent and then put them in the space program, and
Uh-huh.
yeah, so the Pussycat Theater was basically a brothel that trained the sex cats of Hollywood that are
Right.
the honeypots in the CIA, and
Wow.
yeah, so all this shit later on. And I remember one time he took me. I'm not going to mention any more names because
Mm, mm.
it gets a little bit dangerous. But
Legal stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
he took me on a mission one time when I was a kid, and he went to visit a guy that he told me directly. He said, hey, we're gonna go visit this guy. You need to stay in the car. Keep the keys in the ignition. And yeah, he went in there. He had his briefcase, and he came back out, and he's like, "Okay, kid, drive the car." And we drove away from that scene, and we went to have a burger afterwards and all of that. And I never knew what was going on until I reflected on it. Here we are 40 years later, and I'm reflecting on it, and I'm like, oh my God, someone got whacked, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of a
Wow.
dynamite thing. And when
So
you're the
yeah.
youngest of so many children, it's like, yeah, you don't even know what's going on, you know.
I'm the youngest. I'm the youngest child as well. I'm the youngest of two. But
Okay.
my older brother, we don't really get on anymore. It's a bit tragic, but I don't know. We used to get on really great. We just grew apart at some point, maybe during like my mid-20s.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I've had a few revelations tonight talking to you guys and drinking a few beers. And like, I could actually tell you the guy's name who got whacked that night. And it's just now kind of coalescing on me that, like, yeah, that's legit, man. That dude got whacked. And it was my dad
Why
that
did
pulled
they
the
do it?
trigger. Yeah.
Why did they kill him?
Yeah. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, but it's like,
Okay.
yeah, like, and it's deep. Like he did, like I told you, he did 22 years in the U.S. Navy. So he
Mm.
was naval intelligence. He worked with,
Your
I
dad?
don't know, have you ever heard
Yeah.
of like Nimitz, Admiral Nimitz?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so
No.
all of our aircraft carriers are called Nimitz class. There was Nimitz class destroyers and Nimitz
Okay.
class carriers.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he was an officer under Admiral Nimitz, and I have a picture of him where Nimitz is in the center. And do you know about Byrd, the guy who went down to Antarctica?
Yeah, a little bit.
He was a back admiral anyway. He was the guy that supposedly discovered all the UFOs. But yeah,
Did he?
all those guys are in the picture, and my dad's in that picture, and I have the original
Okay.
black and white photo that he had.
Did he come
And
back?
yeah.
Oh, that's cool. But apparently, I've heard there's a at the ice wall. I've got a good authority at the
Right.
south near the South Pole. Okay, that there is an ice wall about, I don't know, 100, 200 foot up, high, and it's solid. You can't get past it. And even if you did
Right.
get past it, there'd probably be like like a little army base on the other side, and they just
Yeah, I don't
you know
know, just
blast
hundreds
you
of
out.
thousands of miles of ice. So basically, we're like in a snow cone, and we're like in one of the
Mm.
ditches.
That's the edge of the Earth. Apparently, that's where it you could fall off or whatever. But that is the edge. That
Yeah,
is
you
what
don't
they
fall
don't
off.
want.
It like
They
it
don't want
curls
us to
up.
discover.
Yeah, it just keeps going up. We're like it's like we're in a womb, an icy womb.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was fun. Be fun to
interesting.
share. But I don't know how I
Definitely.
deviated from the point that you were going along.
No, I know. That's the way my brain is. I'm a bit harebrained. I can just jump from one topic to another quite happily. I don't mind.
Yeah, certainly. So, what's the upshot then? Like, okay, so you had this dream, and you
Yeah.
say currently you're not as able to access dreamland. I believe you said that, right? Like, you're not dreaming as much now that you've gotten a little older.
Yeah, definitely not. Like I hardly get any vivid dreams anymore. Very, very rarely. But when I was younger, when I'm in my 20s and stuff, I used to get them all the time, like every other day, every other night. I'd be like, "Fuck, what's going to happen tonight?" And I got a few dream interpretation books, and figured some of them out. Got a notebook. I've still got the notes somewhere, but
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that shit
putting
too
it all
much.
together.
Like, go on your intuition. What does it mean to you? That's the most important thing. And
Yeah.
my other question would be like, do you feel like you still have the monkey mind? Like, does the mind still talk to you day in and day out?
That was an intro. I was thinking about that. You said about it earlier, but yeah, I think I've definitely found I've quietened it down a bit. Like I found more inner peace as I've gotten older. So I've I've learned how not to let other people or like low vibrations get to me as much. So
Okay.
I can definitely, I'm much more easily able to access a state of inner peace and tranquility than I was when I was younger. I'm not
Okay,
sure
good
why.
magic. Yeah, I think
Experience,
that's
I
good
think.
magic. Again, like my old Sherfu told me that just when you hit 40, like 42, 43, it just shuts off. And then I
Yeah.
was looking into, they have a book here in China. There's quite a few books, right, as well. But one is called Zhou Jiameng, which is dream
Mhm.
interpretations. And so that has some
Right.
value, and I consult it from time to time. But there's one that's really important called the Huangdi Neijing, which is the Yellow Emperors or the Emperor in Yellow, and his book of internal medicine. And in that, like, it spells out exactly what happens to us as we transition from age to age. And maybe for me, maybe it's partially like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I read these things and I believe these things, and then they seem to happen. And so one of those things was like the shutting off of the monkey mind. And then the next stage, like there's certain things. You're not 47 yet, are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, so there's
almost
something that
50.
happens when you are hit 47, 47,
Right.
48. It's right around that
Yeah.
time. And so
Hmm.
you're right there. Yeah. So I would be interested to know. And I would like to try to pull it out of you because you haven't read the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, have
No,
you?
I've never even heard of
Yeah.
it.
Okay, good, 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 good.
I've
Yeah.
heard of
So,
him. I've heard of the Yellow Emperor.
right. So then I have a blind study here, right? This is like a double blind study. So
Yeah.
there are a few questions I would like to ask you then about that
Okay.
that might either confirm or deny what I've experienced and what's written there. Um,
Yeah. Go for it.
yeah, let me see how to go about it. I don't want to lead it because it's so dubious. Like even when you ask a question, like questions can be leading, and that's not accurate, right? So rather than do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you an open. What do you think is most important to you right now in life?
In life,
Yeah, just like in your life, like what seems to be the major focus, and like what seems to be important to you, and why is that?
I've always said happiness, but then I used to get people come telling me that, yo, you'll never find happy, or you'll never find lasting happiness because it's just fleeting. And I kind of learned that. But happiness means different things to different people. It's not just a specific state that you only experience every now and again. And it's also not something you can always manufacture or engineer, but um I don't know. I've always felt, what does happiness can comprise of? When would I be happy? When would the conditions be right, be perfect for me to be happy? And then that just got me thinking, well, I like being in nature. I like being in my own space. I don't mind spending long periods of time alone. It gives me a chance to think about things. Um, I don't
Okay,
know. I
okay,
guess a lot of
yeah,
people would
no,
say,
that's
would just naturally say like family, but I mean, I don't really. I've lived mostly without any family for quite a long time, so I wouldn't say that. I'd
okay,
say
yeah.
I wouldn't want to be. I don't want to be mean, but I think some of my family have created more misery than happiness.
Oh,
Lately.
absolutely,
So I'm
absolutely. Families seem to do that. Like my
not gonna say
greater
that.
family have robbed me more than anyone else, and like I
I've
reflect
seen.
back. Go
No,
ahead.
I've seen families like destroy each other, not meaning to, but they all
Absolutely. No,
want
and
what they
me
want,
and
and then
Mimi
just
do too.
always
Mimi
arguing and
too.
bickering and
No, and
shut the
with
fuck up.
fucking with definite vile evil intent as well. Like I'll just
Mm,
give you an example of this. My older sister lives where my mother had lived, and I was the only one in youth that established a connection with the countryside and
mm,
paid honor to my mother's mother, my maternal grandmother, and I went and visited her every summer. And everybody else went once from my father and mother's family, and they said they hated it. They hated the countryside. They hated being out of LA. They hated the fucking bugs. They hated everything. And I
mm.
showed genuine love to my grandmother. And I said, I love it. Teach me whatever you can teach me. She teach me about fucking raising chickens and shooting a rifle and riding a motorcycle and chewing tobacco. And when she died, she put everything, all her land and all of her possessions in the will to me. And nobody else got anything. And on her
Right.
deathbed, yeah, on her deathbed, she said that Frank was the only one who showed me love. And he's the only one that fucking deserves anything. The rest of you can go suck a fucking dick, right? And then
That's
all of
incredible.
them, yeah, when my dad died and my eldest brother got everything from my dad, everyone else scattered like fucking roaches. And then they all ended up back there under under my bill, right? Under me. And I was working and I followed my mother and I supported my mother. And when my father passed into his deathbed, nobody else was there, just me and my mother and my father. And I
Mm.
watched him pass into the fucking abodes of the night. And I was there with him. And then they all showed up groping for things, right? Wanting this, wanting that, trying to pull away energy. And I was like, where were you motherfuckers for grandmother? Where were you motherfuckers when dad got sick, right? And none of them were there, but they were all there to show up at the funeral and try to get something. And then they latched on and into the abodes. Like my elder sister, her daughter went into my house while I was here in China and robbed it of everything. I had silver coins stored, gold coins, I had
Oh
comic
my God.
books, I had everything from my childhood, everything. My old swords and shit. And she took some fucking drug addict boyfriend in there. They were all cracked out on fentanyl. And they took everything to the pawn shop and they fucking sold it all. And they robbed it all, man. They robbed everything. And I went back
Yeah.
after my mom died to get her death certificate, and it was all emptied away. And like I reported it all. Like I had firearms, man. I had guns. I had all kinds of guns. I had my father's gun, my grandmother's gun. I had my own guns. And the sheriffs told me, they said, looks like an inside job. We can't help you. Yeah. They're like, you got robbed. Yeah, fucking
They
deal
wouldn't
with it.
even. Don't tell me they wouldn't even investigate.
Didn't even care. No, didn't even care. Wouldn't even investigate. I gave them serial numbers. I gave them receipts. I gave them everything. You know what they did? They threw me in the fucking lockup tank. And they
Oh
told me, you
shit.
motherfucker. They said, you've been in China for 20 years. All right. Why don't we lock you up and see what you're up to? See if you're a fucking terrorist. All right. And I was like, I just got robbed of everything. I'm trying to report this. They're like, in the fucking can, man. And they kept me in there for 48 hours. They had to release me. I got a lawyer, but it cost me $5,000, $5,000, 2,000 on the lawyer, 2,000 on fucking bail, another 1,000 in fucking other expenses. I had to keep my wife in the hotel. Yeah, that's the fucking way they treat you, man.
This was
Unfucking
in. Sorry,
believable.
this was in China,
No, it was in the U.S. when I went home.
America. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how your own if that's how your own government treats you, then
Absolutely, because I knew that I had a legal obligation because of my firearms. I had 1,000 rounds of ammunition stored away. I had my guns. I had everything because I like to go home and shoot my guns and shit. And as soon as my
good
mom
fun.
died, I couldn't go home because it was COVID. And Honestly, I think COVID killed her. You know, maybe it was a disease, maybe it was a shot. She wouldn't listen to me. I said, "Don't fucking take the vax," and she took it anyway, and she ended up dead 6 months later, and on her third shot. And yeah, so what are you gonna do?
No,
What are you gonna do? You know, people don't listen.
shit happens, man. You know, I've lost a lot of things. I've had things stolen from me. I've lived. I used to live with a schizophrenic guy, and he was a fucking nightmare. He used to drink 4 cans of Stella Artois every night,
Okay.
lager. You know, he was just he was a paranoid schizophrenic, and I was only put there because he had a spare room, and I knew his brother. His brother was cool. He was sort of normal. He just smoked weed and, you know, did a bit of heroin, but he was cool. His brother was a complete fucking schizo, and he ended up, because he was expecting some rent off me or something. This is years and years ago, and I was like, "The fuck, man! I've paid, you know, I've paid you, you know, whatever. I'm not eating any of your food. You know, I'm hardly using any electric or whatever." And he was just I think he just wanted to use me, really. So one day I came back home to the flat in the middle of town, and I could see coming up to the flat, and he was black bin bags full of stuff were just flying out the window. And I was like,
Nice.
what the fuck is going on? So I went up there. I was like, what, you know, and I was going to go up and just like confront him and see what the fuck's going on. He was like, "You haven't paid your rent, chucking all your stuff away." And I was like, and Franz, I was like, he used to call me Franz. I don't know why, Franz Ferdinand or something. And these kids came up and they were like, "Oh, what's going on?" And I told them, and they were like, "Oh, you should go and fucking kick the door down and, you know, give him whatever." And so that was bad advice, but I took it, and I went right up the stairs and I booted the fucking door in, which wasn't that hard. But then he appeared he was right behind the door. He was just standing there with like a completely psychotic look in his eyes, and he just grabbed, like, there was bits of splintered wood off the door, and he just grabbed like one of those, a big one, and just started like smacking me over the head with it. And I was just like, fuck, vicious. I was just like bleeding and just fucking fucked. So I was like, fuck. And I had to get the ambulance. You know, the ambulance had to come out for me. And I was so fucking pissed off about that, because the injustice, you know, I hadn't really done anything wrong.
Right.
I'm getting all this fucking shit, and now he's attacking me, and, you know,
yeah, it happens. It happens,
making me bleed. And I'm like,
that's the thing.
And I'm just like, right, okay, I'm gonna take you to court for this, and I'm gonna win. It shouldn't be difficult, because he had no right to attack me, really. He might have said, "Oh, I felt threatened," but, you know, whatever. Like, so I took him to court, and the court system was so fucking corrupt. Like, they wouldn't even let me stay for the remainder of the trial. I was asked a few questions at the start of it.
That's the thing.
And then they wouldn't even let me return to the court. And I was like, well, what the fuck is going on?
Right. Because it's geared against you. They did that intentionally. It's an illusion. It's an
lawyer
illusion trying to suck you in.
Yeah. So guess what happened? The lawyer got these. His lawyer had these pictures that I provided of my wounds in my head, top of my head, where it was all just cut and bleeding and stuff. And he made it out to seem like that was him, and I'd done that to him. And so I was like, completely turned it around, and just obviously he just got off, and that was it.
Well, yeah,
nothing happened.
The way it works, man. Like I've realized that, like, you could store up treasures and you can do your work, but as soon as those in Taoism, we talk about, again, back to the succubus and incubus and demonic forces. They gather around you and they try to throw you off center. And the whole main point is that they want you to take an action where you think that you will have some effect in this prime material plane that is beyond your, what we call the area of direct control. And you can't. Once you get outside of yourself and you're outside of your area of direct control, which is your the sentient command of your thoughts and your own life force, like, then they have you. Then they've reeled you in. And I realized that when I got there and I did that, that I had already gone beyond where, like, all of the tragedy, the death of my mother, the death of my brother, the death of my father, my brother betraying me, my sister betraying me, all of this was irrelevant to the good fortune that I had built up with allies. And when I went back in, man, and I relied upon my allies to save me and commiserate with me, everything went back to normal. And all of those treasures, those things you can't take with you that they had stolen away, didn't even fucking matter. And the basic equation always comes to zero, right? It starts with zero and you're a +1 in the middle of that zero. And when you leave, you're a -1. And so everything you bring in with you is +1, and everything you take with you is -1, and it all amounts to zero ultimately. And that's what I realized. And like the genuine sincerity that you generate among people and your personality, these are true things that you cultivate, right? So here's where the fucking liars come in. They come in and they say, you don't take your achievement with you. They're fucking liars, man. That I was raised a Methodist, and methodology has something to do with it. But your essential cultivation, your method of being is the absolute thing that you are. Every breath you take, right? Every smile you generate, every beautiful interaction you have,
every person you help,
every friend you make. Yeah, these are real things, man. These are real upbeats, and they matter. They fucking so much matter. And so every time and the opposite is true too. Every time you fucking drag somebody down, believe me, you're pulling yourself into the hell realm.
Yeah, that's karma in action.
Yeah, and that's why we don't have to give any fucks about these guys who do this. Let them do their thing. Why polish their shoes by mentioning them? You know, why help them out in their fucking evil by promoting their evil? Then fuck, ignore them. Let them go. Like all these people that I told you about, and there's one big one that I really want to mention, and I want to hurt her. I wish death upon her. And it was my I won't mention her specifically, but she's a member of my family that did so much evil to me. And here's the fucking thing. I did so much goodness to her. I tried to pull her up and help her and get her off drugs and give her money. And I should have never done any of those things because it just empowered her to a greater level to injure me even more. And isn't that a fucking kick in the ass, you know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you give so much to someone and then they end up taking more themselves.
And not only taking more, becoming more corrupt. Like you try to help them, but it doesn't help them. They become more corrupt by means of it. And it's really it's an enigma. It's a conundrum. It's a paradox. And we have to realize this paradox and realize, fuck, motherfucker, first and foremost, you have to help yourself. You cannot help others if you're poor and destitute. You know?
Very true. Very true. I've been working on myself for the past, I don't know how long, years and years. And whatever I have to do, I'll do it alone, I'll do it without.
You said you took that you took that house in Birmingham or Bristol when you were 17, right?
Bristol. Yeah.
Bristol, yeah.
I had to
And
get
that
away.
was,
I had to get away on
yeah,
my
that
own.
was your first fucking step away. And since
Yeah.
then, yeah, the equation has been summating. So there are things that you have to do within that timeline that are absolutely the most essential, and never feel guilty for that, man. Never fucking feel guilty for that.
No. No, I've had to forgive. I've had to forgive and try and forget a lot of things, but it's not easy when my family is still around. It's just we're just not as close as we were. And I've just had to kind of go it alone mostly. And that's okay.
Yeah, thankfully for me, I'm the youngest, so it means that most of them have died already.
Yeah.
And good riddance. And the people who mattered, and the people that touched me, and the people that I touched, they left me stuff, and it didn't hurt me because I earned it, And there are still people who are along my path. Like I have an elder sister in LA still, who is a beautiful woman, and she's the one I talked about earlier. That she gets like 10 grand in pension, and she helps everyone. And she kind of took on the mantle of my father. Like she inherited most of his energy in that spirit of generosity, like endlessly helping people. And I think everyone in any given societal situation will have a type of person like that, or become that type of person. Otherwise, we'd all be dead, man. What would be the fucking point? We're surviving somehow, right? And it's either the government or family or society. There's some aspect.
I was just thinking about. I kept thinking about narcissism. Oh, wait, narcissists. When you were talking, because I didn't know about this until a few years ago.
Okay. Yeah,
I think
explain.
my mum, my own mother might well be one. I've had quite significant girlfriends who I was in love with that turned out to be narcissists, and it's fucking evil. But the thing is, there's no cure. So there's no cure for narcissism. These people can't be treated. So what do you do?
Right.
They don't have the self-awareness or the ability for honest self.
I think I lost you, but at some point, I think that hubris, like what is narcissism? What is narcissism but hubris, right? It's a. Are you there? Hello? Hello?
Identify and avoid these people.
Yeah, I think that's the only answer.
So, yeah, who knows? I'm consider myself an empath. I can, and I know when I developed it as well. You know about have you heard about entactogens?
I haven't. No, tell me.
Well, you know about ecstasy, the drug.
Sure.
MDMA. It's what they call an entactogen, and that means touching within.
Okay.
So
Explain
it's
a
like
little more.
that.
Yeah. What is that?
So when I started experimenting with these a few years after I'd done a few acid trips, I got sort of introduced into the party scene, and pills. I only took half at first because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to go overboard. And then I had it. It made me feel so good. I was like, oh, this is amazing. Let me have the other half. I need more of this. And it just kind of. I mean, I wouldn't say my heart wasn't already open, but it definitely got me in closer touch with my hearts and obviously everyone else's hearts who you were taking it with. and I was having all these just incredible, heart to hearts with, often total strangers who had just met in the club or whatever at a party, and we were just talking about everything, everything that mattered, and there's no pain, there's no emotional blocks. And I just think I took it quite a few times with that spiritual bent, and I don't understand how more people don't know about this.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. That's interesting.
But it definitely got me, opened up my heart and just really developed my empathy for people.
What's the foundation of it? Like, what's the chemical structure, or like what type of thing is it?
MDMA. It's actually quite closely related to amphetamine. There's the methyl dioxide methamphetamine. So it is.
Yeah, I've heard about MDMA. Is that what it
gives
is?
you that? Yeah, it gives you that speedy rush of speed, but it's not. But there's much more. Is a deeper spiritual aspect to it.
I've maybe done that once. I remember in college once, a guy, he had some stuff, and I was like, hey, yeah, was it ecstasy or whatever? And he said, no, it's MDMA. And then he took me to a rave scene or whatever, and it was pretty fucking amazing. And I remember the folks that were involved in it were really good looking, and maybe it was because of the drug, but at the same time, their physical bodies were well formed, and everybody was very sexy and having a good time.
Makes everyone glow, right? Everyone glows.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of a weird thing, man. I've experienced that, but only one time, and it was fuck. Now that I think about it, it was how many years ago? Maybe 1995 or something. So we're talking 30 years ago exactly. Yeah. Wow. What a trip.
It must have been maybe 20 years since I took my last pill, but I used to take quite a lot. I used to go to raves. Maybe twice, 3 times a week, and just take a pill or two, maybe 2 pills a night.
Yeah, see, you're quite a bit. You're like, no, not quite 10 years, but yeah, you're within the generation a little bit behind me, where that was more popular.
Yeah, it was mostly in the 90s. I'm Generation X, so that was just what people were doing, And I just
absolutely. I'm a Gen Xer too, but I think I was a little earlier on, because as being a youngest child, I was more influenced by the hippies, the acid, the pot, that kind of thing. So,
definitely.
Yeah, a little more, and at a younger age as well. When all that other stuff was breaking in, it seemed very arbitrary and chemical and scary to me. I never wanted to take pills, and I throughout the entirety of my career, I always if people had pills, I was nah, I don't want nothing to do with it. It seemed scary to me.
Well, they are, yeah. That's the thing. Terence McKenna didn't like ecstasy. He tried it a few times, and he just thought it was it was an interesting experience, but it was synthetic, essentially. It wasn't. Yeah. It's not. It doesn't come from a natural plant like most of the psychedelics.
It does. It does ultimately, right? But the one thing is I always felt it's when I did enjoy a few it's a slow release, so it's delayed release. It's not immediate gratification taking a puff on a joint or eating a mushroom or something. You feel an immediate tactile mouth type of sensation. But then with a pill, you ingest it and then you have to wait for it a little bit, which is similar to acid. Acid, you take in, you can feel the immediate
you'll wait half an hour to an hour to come up.
Your tongue, right? But then you have to wait, right? And then you get a delayed reaction, and then it's extended. With any of those things, you get more and more and it comes in phases, right? So it's like a slow release type of thing, which again, I recommended earlier if you haven't read Robert Anton Wilson's Prometheus Rising. He
Sure,
describes
yeah, I will definitely
yeah,
check it out. Yeah,
yeah, he's got a story in there where they the Illuminati, because he wrote the entire Illuminati trilogy. He wrote
right.
Schrodinger's cat and the Illuminati trilogy. And but in Prometheus Rising, he talks about how they give the initiates a large pill that you have to swallow, and the outside of it is hashish, and then the next layer is cocaine, and then the next layer is opium, and then the
Wow.
center is like LSD or some other crystallized form of really high powered hallucinogen. And so like yeah,
That's fun.
you take this magic pill, and that's like the Taoists. They're here in China. Their magic pill is also derived from these same essential elements. Like when you make the golden pill or the immortal elixir, it's the same thing. When you take it, you fly into the sky. They say, right?
Yeah.
And so I've taken datura, peyote, magic mushrooms, of course, but
Yeah.
I did an entire datura thing, like out in the deserts of Southern California. That was really fucking scary, man. Like I had never heard of the orphan trains or really the Holocaust, but when I fucking I went out, I had an herb book, and I went out, I sought it out all on my own, and I grabbed some pods and I ate a bunch of them, and then I passed out on the fucking desert floor, and wow, man, those fucking trains rolled in with demons attached to them, and they were murdering children, and people were trying to escape and shit. And I had this entire fucking like dream sequence over, and I almost died. And my buddy came out and found me, and he pulled me back in, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're all dehydrated and you look like a corpse. And later on, like years later, I saw videos, and I was like, man, I've seen all that in real time. What the fuck are you talking about? That's real, man. And like all that shit really happened. Like you can see it on the paranormal plane. It's so amazing. It's really, really something.
I've taken a lot of psychedelics too. I've rarely had bad trips, but occasionally had a few bad trips on acid.
Yeah,
but you just learn. You just learn patience.
Right.
It's going to be over in a few hours anyway. Whatever happens, so just
I wouldn't even necessarily consider it a bad trip. Like I wasn't super scared or anything, but it just seemed surreal, and it was like you said, it's a learning experience. It's it's gnarly. I could tell you about some more of them, but I'm not going to get into it. I've got to roll though, man. It's 11 o'clock. I got to sleep. I gotta wake up in the morning and do the whole work thing one more time.
Okay, cool. I need to go out and touch grass, like you say, and get some sunshine into me.
Man. So good to fucking have you by, and
it's been great.
Do you know any of these other folks here in chat? Do you know Creek Mary or?
Yes, I know. I've subscribed to her a while ago. Watched some of her videos.
Good deal.
She's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna sub all these people. Sub me and I'll sub you back. Definitely.
They're all good. They're all good. Truth seekers.
Indeed. Wow.
We're on the
good
right
magic.
Path.
Did they come over from you, or did you come over from them, or is it just kind of intrinsic and everybody's coming over from everybody?
I think they probably followed Voy, whether he was restreaming it or whatever, or maybe Flow State. I don't know.
Okay, nice. Were you familiar with them before tonight?
Yeah.
Or? Okay, cool.
Also, there's another guy you're probably aware of, 007, the musician guy from Tenerife.
Okay. Oh yeah.
He's a big.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
He's a big truth seeker. So a lot. I've seen most of those people over at his, and Voy knows him well as well. So
What about Act
we're
Like
all,
You Know? Are you familiar with them at all?
no, I haven't heard of that one.
Okay, good deal. Yeah.
That's a new
Nice.
one on me.
Good magic, man. I appreciate you coming back on like we talked this morning. And
Yeah.
it's Tuesday here for me. I probably won't do another live stream until Thursday or something. But I got
Okay.
I got a week coming off, and I'm gonna chill a little bit, and maybe old Miss Mary J will present herself to me at some point. So
Yeah.
I'm always
Yeah.
looking
Hopefully get
forward
some
to
more.
good
You know,
magic.
keep doing these panels. You get more people on, and it'll get more popular, and it'll be it'll be a bit more lively. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
definitely. It's good fun. I really appreciate it, man. So as we
Keep going.
wander into the abodes of the night, do you have any upshots here for the audience? Anything you want to tell them and let them know that they should
Oh.
definitely the person that talked
Mm.
about unending themselves, unaliving themselves. I mean, we should
Oh, please don't bother.
definitely, yeah,
Just
just say a word
find
for
something.
that.
It can't be that hard to find something to want to live for. Like, just, you know, I know you can't just say be in a
Yeah, just
positive mindset, but you just, find something, think of something you
hey,
love,
right, hang in there,
think
and
of
if
somebody
nothing
who
else,
loves you, and then
yeah,
go with that.
stay put for the next transmission, right? At least stay tuned into the show, and
Yeah.
don't do anything crazy like that. That's not cool
No.
at all. No.
No.
And no matter how hard it gets, right? I would say reach out before you do anything. Reach out to Ricardo, or reach out to anyone else here. Reach out to me directly.
Sure.
I mean, we're all fucking
Talk to
here
me
for you.
anytime.
And we're here to learn from each other. And yeah, thank you so much for that. And
Absolutely.
what about this Callum Wickinson? He says, "I'm a
Callum
Voy
Wilkinson.
boy."
He's an Australian. He's a very cool guy. Very spiritual. I'm sure he'll come on. He'll jump on the panel sooner or later.
Okay, good. Yeah, absolutely. You're invited, man. Absolutely, man. This is good magic. I really appreciate you guys, man. And Creek Mary as well, and Miss Mary Moon. You never know what can happen in the next 5 minutes. That's right. I gotta roll though, man. I gotta lay down, man. I gotta get my sleep. I gotta get my beauty sleep. Otherwise, I'm gonna look like shit tomorrow. And I have an hour-long lecture I have to present at the academy. I could show it to you guys, but that would just bore you to death. It's on literature and interdisciplinary art history and shit like that. But yeah, good fun, man. Thank you so much again for stopping by, Ricardo. Much love to you.
Good luck with it all.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And good magic.
Speak to you soon, I hope, man.
Absolutely. Okay. And as we wander into the abodes of the future, I appreciate you, everyone stopping by. Please hit the thumbs up, like and subscribe, all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. I will sign off in my usual way, guys, as I usually do. Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, 100-Day Challenge, Way of the Psyonic Warriors. And hit the likes, check out the coffee page. I'm going to do the invocation of total integration to finish the show. Here it is here from memory. Make sure I'll show you guys that I'm doing it from memory and not from some script. Here we are. Heaven and earth are the spontaneous manifestations of the subtle, wondrous, universal law. As the original oneness expresses itself, gross and subtle energies become distinctly divided. Our bodily caves are brightly illuminated by the mysterious light from the 3 Dantian bridge points leading to immortality. The powerful spirits of the 8 directions conjoin my being with the true origin of life. By the absolute order of the divine Ling Bao in the highest 9th heaven, send the positive energies of Qianlo Dana, Duncan, and Taishuan to destroy my spiritual obstacles and debilitate any evil influence. This order is given by the highest sovereignty. It is a jade oracle from the subtle origin. I invoke with strong sincerity to drive away the demons and evils and lengthen my healthy years. The attained spirits respond. The evil demon king Mo Wang is chained to stand as my guardian servant. The powerful atmosphere has been generated, dispersing all negativity. The Qi of Tao is everlasting. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. All right, good magic, guys. Remember, O neophyte, goodness alone is power, silence is strength. Will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation. Holy fuck! Fuck me in the ass. Good to see you, free gift from God, man. I appreciate you, brother. I hope you are doing well. That's going to be it for this evening, guys. I hope you have a wonderful time in the abodes of the future. Until next time, keep doing good magic. Bye for now.